Hi there, my name is Diane Morrison, and I'm a science fiction and fantasy author. I'm looking for your help to publish my novel, A Few Good Elves. Three years ago, you guys helped me publish Once Upon a Time in the Weird West, which is a collection of my Weird Western serial stories. And 2 years ago, you helped me to edit and publish Gunsmoke and Dragonfire, a fantasy western anthology. I figure we make a winning team. The Toy Soldier Saga is a fantasy space opera universe. It has all of the elements of space opera science fiction, but everything's done by magic. I don't think there's anything out there that is quite like it. And I really hope that you'll enjoy it and the extended universe that has been created around it.
I am Chris. I play Arian, the grizzled older ex-enlisted elf.
Remember, we've only got 30 days to make this happen. With your support, you can have some of the art that's been created for the books, you can have the stories, the ebook, a trade paperback copy, a hardcover copy, you might be able to get them signed. You could even get the entire collection of everything that I have previously published or been published in. Thanks in advance for your support, and thank you for listening. Hello everyone, and welcome to Diane Writes Kickstarter edition. Thank you for joining me today. Hello Kahuna, aloha, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, we have a dingy thing. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Bob. 12 months, happy anniversary to the channel. That's awesome, thank you so much for your support. Well, I'm excited to see everybody here. I'm a little surprised, actually, that there's so many people here, since I don't usually stream at this time, so that is really awesome. Hello, Siobhan, first in the chat for a change of beat, James, but James said he would be late today. Hello, Stretch, good to see you. Hi, Games. Welcome. Aloha, Eli. Hello, Damparo. Hello, Dragon. Hello, Bob, of course, and hello, Secondhand. Good to see you guys. All right, so what I figured I would do today is I would do world building and writing in the Toy Soldier Saga universe, and then people... Oh, and Extreme Sai is here. Extreme Sai is here. Hello, Sai. Oh, and Emily is here. It's nice and early in Europe for once, says Emily. I guess this is a better time for you, isn't it? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I'm excited to see everyone. I figured today I would do some world building within the Toy Soldier Saga universe, maybe a little writing, so you guys could see what I'm up to, and if you had questions, you could ask them. I thought perhaps either after the first break or whatever, I might read an excerpt from the book. It'll just be a brief thing. It's kind of like my, opening bit. And, we're going to give Kickstarter reports, obviously. So, yes, Bob, we are almost at 2/3 funded. This is the start of day 3. We have $2,359 of $3,690 our goal. 40 of you have chosen to support this project. Thank you very much for that. You guys are amazing. And yes, I believe according to what I looked at, that is 63% funded at this point, which is awesome. Awesome. Really awesome. I wonder what it would take to stream a game on the official D&D channel, asked Stretch. I'm not sure. Thank you, Kit. Awesome. Kitoy says, congrats. I backed it on day 1. Awesome. Thank you for all of you who were able to do that. And if you intend to back later, but you got to wait for payday, hey, that's really cool. I have to wait for payday to do things too. I backed Ethnos. I backed Idol. I backed, I like to back my fellow Andalites, but I never did it on day 1. I had to wait till payday, so. Alright. So, I hope perhaps you guys are going to work on your own projects with me, and let me know what it is that you're working on. I figured that I would start with something which I haven't looked at in a while, since I've been doing challenges and whatnot with World Anvil, but I thought I would work on my rank articles. Now I'm detailing, oh don't mind me, my cat is just destroying the place in the background. I figured that I needed to do kind of a breakdown of what each rank does within the Avalonian Imperial Navy, which of course is the organization that the protagonist and his friends belong to, because it is a military sci-fi fantasy. I'm almost, oh, there's my phone flipping itself over again because it's buzzed, so. That's good advice. Secondhand Samurai says to Stretch, talk to the great GM. Some stuff is NDA, but he may be able to outline some of the things Wizards Hasbro look for. I bet he can, actually. That really is good advice. And even if not, if you can get the great GM to work with you, certainly he has a big enough audience within that community that you should be able to get some really good connections there. So yeah, this one's almost done. This is Lieutenant. This is the rank that the protagonist is promoted to before the end of the book. I'm not going to detail too much on how that's going to happen, but these are different variations of the uniforms, flight suits for the pilots, right? This is a druid's uniform. These are leaves. There's actually a flower on the back of that, and they, you know, wear a flower or leaves or something like that in their headbands to denote that they are druids. The purpose of the ship's druid is to, well, within the Avalonian Imperial Navy, heal the ship, because the ship is a starseed. It comes from a giant cosmic tree, and it has been modified through magic to serve as a ship. It probably was the first source of starfaring in this universe, because they naturally navigate using the airts, which are currents of time, space, gravity, and magic, to get from place to place at relativistic speeds. So, the benefit to them of having a pilot and becoming a ship is that a pilot can make their migration more directed, so they can get to different places more efficiently, right? And it's kind of a mystery as to whether or not the starseeds have their own sentience. Some of the star pilots claim that they do. Everybody else thinks they've spent too long staring into the void. So, Twitch is being a Twitch, eh? Is my stream struggling, guys? Yes, it is. Okay, alright. Yep, I'm getting struggling too, so we're going to shut down Discord. I don't normally stream at this time. Yeah, I assume they're well fed as well. The starseeds, like most plants, rely on solar energy, and but they also rely on the various nutrients of space. There's lots of ambient particles out there in the void. The void is not truly a void, right? So, that looks better. Okay. It's twitchy, but still watchable. Okay, good to know. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not doing anything that I don't normally do. Right? So, I, hope you'll bear with me. I can shut down a few things. That's something I can do. I can shut that down. I don't want to shut that down. I've got a bunch of Google windows open is the only thing, because I was working on conduit stuff as well before we started, so. Aha! Games knows somebody in the industry that can be approached. That's useful for Stretch. Yeah, but generally kept healthy, so not too unlike cats, self-domesticating because it was advantageous to them. Exactly right. Yeah, exactly right. The star pilots who tend to be the best pilots, right? Because to some degree, natural talent has a bearing, but also your ability with magic, right? Magic can be trained as well as be a natural talent, so to some degree, training does have something to do with it, right? But the but yeah, basically they believe it's kind of a symbiotic relationship for sure. All right, Makaro's lurking. Hi, Makaro. Glad you're here. Yeah, get things under cover before the thunderstorm for sure. I'm with Sai. Do you just know everyone, Games? Yeah. Games asked me, do you know if I need to produce, or would it be hard to produce, handouts and slides for my copyright item? I don't know what you're referring to, so I cannot answer your question. Which copyright item? Are you talking about in terms of doing a Kickstarter, or because it sounds like you're talking about a game, right? So, what is it that you're trying to produce? And then I might have a better idea. But yeah. Okay, so that is what I am going to work on. I'm basically putting the finishing touches on this at this point. I wanted to have this done before everything started, but of course I did not, right? Let me try again. My copyright stream for Con. Oh yes, for Conduit. Would you like me to do handouts for attendees? If you think that would be helpful, then there's no reason why you can't do that. I would put it as a PDF or a doc, and I would make it downloadable, put it in like your Google Docs folder or something like that, share it with the public, and then put the link in the chat while you are doing the workshop or the panel. Yeah, right. And then that way people can download and follow along, right? And you don't have to like send it to people. So, which I don't know how the hell we would do that. So, Dragon Love Water says, I think I'm thinking of doing some summer camp streams, and I'm trying to make OBS stuff and have no clue. Okay, as far as tech stuff goes, I learn what I need to know when I need to know it, because I'm a bloody idiot when it comes to these things. But there are lots of people who you might be able to talk to. I don't know if they have the time and cannot speak for them, but Bob was very helpful to me personally, and I know that DM Stretch can also help with that, right? Yeah, I'm using OBS Live, so that is what you're looking at, and, yeah, I wouldn't know where to start, but I can, yeah, there's stuff that can be done for sure. Let's see, what else am I missing in the chat here? Come on now, scroll. Kane says, I do network a lot. So you do, apparently. Eli says, oh shoot, boy, I forgot to add the banner thingy at the top of the Reaperverse world with my Kickstarter info. I'd better go do that. Oh, because you saw mine. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Does anybody... That might be something... If somebody asks, I'll show people how to do that. Somebody showed me. And I just basically copied their code, because that's what I do. But I'll be happy to share it for sure. Emily says, I've been making an author website as a New World Anvil world. That's a good idea. I'm going to do the same thing, by the way. I've already decided I'm going to do that. This is a project for probably early spring next year. Or maybe late winter, right? And I've added a banner linking to it on all my worlds. Yes, awesome. And because of that, I spent hours doing CSS. I've created a blog, I've written a blog post, and now I'm creating yet another world for another novel. Well, you've got lots to keep you busy for the next few months, don't you? You know what you're going to be working on in summer camp and what you're going to be working on in the Turning of Tales and the Game of Tomes, for sure. So that's cool. Bob says, speaking of Conduit, I read your message, but I can't find the blurbs on the website anywhere. They're not attached to the blue pencil sign-up form. What I got from what Author Goddess had said there was that first you sign up for whoever it is you want to work with. So if somebody, character profiles, right? It says briefly by your name on the sign-up form, right? And then someone would click on that, and then it would give description about what it is that you do. So you can confirm that that is what they want, right? And then if they don't want that, they can go back and change the response, right? So, and she said that was the only way that she could fit everything on the form, which makes sense to me. So does that make more sense? And is it okay if it works like that? If that makes sense. Stretch says, still trying to think if I need to prep anything for con. Yeah, probably. Are you streaming any of the events, or are you just on panels? If you're streaming, there is a streamer form that a resource post that I made, and I can link to that if it's needed. And if you're not streaming, if you're just on the panels, basically we just want your expertise. So there's not much that can be done to prepare for that, I personally find. If you're the kind of person who likes more planning, you may want to talk to the person who is directing the discussion and ask if they have any questions in particular they're going to ask you. But usually I just kind of, it's based on your pool, the cauldron of experience that you have. So just answer the questions honestly, or, if you think it's worth bringing something up in the conversation, then do that, right? Like maybe start with, what are the things that are different from games writing as opposed to prose writing? And, what are things that are often neglected that you feel would be better if people paid more attention to? These kind of things are the things people want to know. Oh, hello, Lady Writes. Good to see you. Another member of the Conduit Planning Committee. She is in charge of promo. Thank you very much for the bits. I really appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well today. I put a thingy in the How to Hype channel, by the way, that I'd like you in particular to look at if you haven't seen it yet, since that's your field. Me help with that, Sable? Yeah, OBS stuff, maybe, right? That was Stretch asking that. Damparo says, in my experience, OBS is harder to use than Streamlabs or Twitch Studio. These two are much more intuitive, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I find the same thing. I find that Streamlabs is a good way to cut your teeth and learn what you're doing on OBS Live. But OBS Live is much more stable. I have a lot less problems with it creating issues. The Streamlabs looks like, okay. Yeah, sorry, yes, Stretch, I was talking about, was it Dragon Love Water? Was asking about doing streams for summer camp, and was confused by OBS. So, yeah. OBS has a bit of a learning curve. But it's not bad. If I can do it, you can probably do it too, because I'm an idiot when it comes to these things. I had to have a lot of stuff explained to me. But Bob was very helpful, and he took the time to, spend half an hour or so going over the major features with me and how things are done, and you can see it works, so he was great. Oh, hello, Tenacity. Good to see you. We're doing a Kickstarter-related version of Diane Writes today to celebrate my Kickstarter for A Few Good Elves, which is live right now. We are in the beginning of day 3. We are about 63% funded. I'm very excited about that, and I don't know if you'd heard the news yet, but I figure I'll just mention it to everybody repeatedly, because that's what you do, to the point where you feel like a complete pain in the ass about it. I'm sorry if people are finding that repetitive, but if you know, it takes a while for people to think about things, or sometimes you don't know how the message is getting across. The day, okay, 3 days before the day I closed my store, my metaphysical store, which I had been open, we'd been open for 7 years. 3 days before I closed it, someone showed up and said, I didn't know you were here, right? Because people are busy, things are going on, the message just doesn't get out. So to those of you who have been here and do know the deal, thank you. Are you aware that your closed captions are not working? Yes. Thank you, Cayutan. I did indeed charge you with pointing that out to me. Since the last Chrome update, they have not worked properly and have caused considerable delays and lag on the stream to the point where I've had to restart it. So I'm giving it some time before I restore those. But I haven't disabled the plugin because I didn't want to reinstall it. So maybe I should, though, because that's creating confusion, eh? So let me know if you think that would be a good idea. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm mistaken then. So it's Kahuna you want to talk to about OBS Live if you can't talk to Bob. Bob says, I have the form up now. If I select something, nothing changes. If I were signing up, I'd have to submit the form based on the 2-word descriptions that were there. Okay, I will talk to Author Goddess and we will work it out after I'm done streaming today. So that will not be for several hours. I'm here till 5 p.m. my time and it's 12:30 right now, but I will. I promise you I will talk to her about it and see what's going on. Thank you for letting me know there was a problem. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Stretch says, prose writing, you direct the whole story. RPG writing, you're herding cats. Fair enough. Yes. I think you're right. I think when you're game writing, you're trying to make it possible for somebody else to co-create a story. The GM and the players are co-writers, writing the story together. So one person cannot simply direct the story and expect that it will proceed the way they expect. I have had GMs like that. I was playing in this wonderful game. Just this wonderful game. I was having so much fun. It was so cool. It was such an interesting story. I was really invested. And then I decided to do something that was not in his plan, right? And I took a different attitude with my character than he was expecting me to take. And it did not work out. It was not good. Lady Wright says today is good. I saw, haven't looked at it yet, got caught up at an unexpected client day. Yeah, no problem. No problem. No, this is all volunteer. We're only available when we're available. Real life does exist, and it's cool. I just wanted to make sure you hadn't missed it, that's all. Okay. Yeah. Maybe you're writing guidelines for Cat Shepherd. That's legit. Okay. Moonflower says, and yes, this is a warning for people who want a Bujo blue pencil session at Conduit. She is offering, or they are offering a blue pencil session. I'm preparing everything for that kind of last minute, so try to come with questions and or be prepared for the random. Yeah, that's legit. Moonflower withdrew from a bunch of the panels because self-care, and awesome, because self-care must be first, and thought therefore that the blue pencil sessions were also not happening as well, but then they were contacted. It's one of the things we had to leave for a lesser priority because getting the panels organized had to be a bigger one, and so now they're like, oh, I'm still doing it? Okay. Right, so I appreciate you jumping in like that, and thank you, and sorry for the confusion. Oh, okay, alright, Bob says, never mind, I see what she did. It's okay, you select one, then it gives you the blurb while you're selecting a time slot. That's fine. Okay, awesome, great, cool, thank you. Thank you for letting me know it was fine, too. I appreciate that. Okay. Dragon Love Water's figuring it out. Cool. Advice, don't go for Streamlabs, says Stretch. A lot of people are having problems with it, me included. I want to switch to OBS, but I can't be arsed with the effort just yet. It like I said, there is a bit of a learning curve. Ah, apparently my entire net suddenly disappeared, says Makaro. That sucks. Moon was very excited about the space goats, says Rowan. I like your space goats! Rowan and Gareth created a species for the Toy Soldier Saga universe. You will have seen them in the Kickstarter ad because it is legitimately fan content. You know what? I'm going to show you guys because I love the space goats. I think they're amazing. So here is the article on that, if you guys want to check that out. I love it. Aren't they cute? I'm sure you've probably seen this meme on the internet. Somebody obviously did some photoshopping, but I love it. I think it's really cool. Unique creatures. Happy great day of celebration, everyone, says James. Awesome. This would be the great day of celebration holiday in the future scene world. Future scene, this is when you said it? Because that's cool. Okay, I think I'm falling behind in the chat, so I'm going to start not responding to things that are directed towards other people. Emily says, you need to repeat it every time we see you for the whole month. Expect me to. Thanks, James, for posting the link again. Hearing about it again and again will only increase the hype for when I finally get the book, says Emily. One gets a little nervous about that. One's like, I hope they like it because I've been hyping it really hard. But actually, I've got faith in the story. I know that there literally are people around who've been waiting for me to finish the next part of it for 10 years. That tells me it's worth writing, right? You know what? I'll tell you this story, right? Chris, who is playing in our Toy Soldiers game on Sunday nights, was part of the Spelljammer fan community back when. As I've said before, when I started the Toy Soldiers Saga, it was based on like a character backstory in a Spelljammer game that we were playing. Now it has since very much become its own thing, but people who know Spelljammer will definitely recognize the DNA, right? And, you know, I have no apologies about that, right? Because it was a great place to start with an idea. So I was really involved in that community too. We were doing things like maintaining the official second edition site, or third edition site. I think it just started, right? And I was posting bits of it on my blog, which no longer exists, by the way, and sharing it with the fan community, right? So my own little fan fiction thing. And he literally looked me up on Patreon 10 years later and said, "Are you done yet? I need to read the rest of this story." That told me that the story needed to be finished, and that's when I decided I was publishing the first book this year. That was it. That was the turning point. I went, okay, I've got to stop fucking around with this. I got to get this out there. People want the story. I want to see the story happen. I've got to stop hesitating. So that's, you know, so thank you to Chris, because none of this would be happening without him. So, aren't there any built-in closed captions on Twitch, says Calutan. No, there's just the extension, which is a third-party extension which is maintained by someone else. I understand he's working on the conflicts with Google Chrome that have recently developed, but hasn't figured it out yet. And hello, Dillian. Good evening to you, too. I hope things are well there. How are you? Tenacity says, how's everyone been? I've been a bit out of it the past few days, but I'm refocusing. Been getting up at like 6:30 a.m. and it's helping. Yeah. And in 5 minutes, Sable will find the override to what you just said, says Bob. Yep, that's okay. Yeah. Yes. Rowan says, I've made GMs who had those kind of things rage quit because I was outside the box so much. If you are not prepared... Oh, now I find Cayetan's Let's Talk More Right. Okay. If you are not prepared to adapt to your players, work with them, right? Talk to them, tell them, listen, this is so off track of what I originally had in mind. I'm going to need some time to readjust, right? You can do that. And a good gaming group will go, okay, no worries, we'll see you in a couple weeks, right? But, when you're GMing, you have to keep in mind that your players are also co-creators in the story, and they may have a different vision for it than you did. Okay, because I've seen the Let's Talk More Right for 15 minutes, I'm going to put up the sprint screen, and we're going to do that. I guess Cayetan would like to get some work done, which is fine by me. I will try to catch up with the chat in the break when we are done. And I'm so glad everyone's so involved and chatty today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the engagement, guys. It's really cool of you. All right, so here's where we were. Okay, I'm going to respond to that one right now because that's awesome and I happen to see it. Tenacity says, hey Sable, I just wanted you to know that you were one of the key reasons I'm buckling down and writing as soon as my desk is sorted. That is great, because that's part of what I do here. That's what I want to do here. I didn't believe in myself for the longest time. I really loved to write, and I knew that's what I wanted to do, but I was so afraid of rejection that I didn't... I found excuses not to work on it for a long, long time. And it wasn't until much later that, basically it was my husband's accident that kicked me in the ass, right? He almost died. I realized that I didn't give a shit about anything that I was doing at that time and didn't want to be doing any of it. All I was doing was surviving. And I thought, life is too short to do this. Right? So I'm going to do what I want to do. And then with him needing care at the time, he needed a lot more care than he needs now. Right? And was, a lot more difficulty with mobility and whatnot. And I had to be at home. Right? So I basically never went back to the job I had left, which was being a taxi dispatcher. And I worked full-time on my metaphysical store and I wrote. That's what I did. And I have no regrets about that. So I want other people to be able to pursue their dreams too. I want them to be able to shut down that voice that says, I can't, or what if? Yeah, what if? If you don't try, then never. Maybe you'll fall flat on your face. God knows I certainly have more than a few times, but maybe it'll work, right? Maybe it'll work. Okay, I'm getting to work. A lieutenant is an officer who serves as an assistant to senior officers or a commanding officer of a smaller craft, such as a messenger picket, fighter craft, or smaller warship. I think that needs to be in an IE, because I've already said such as in that sentence, and it's just run on and confusing. On picket duty. During wartime, opportunities for a lieutenant to receive a warship command is much greater than during peacetime. Yeah. I wrote this like 2 months ago now, so I'm refreshing my memory. Lieutenants are rated according to seniority aboard an Avalonian Imperial Navy ship. A small, unrated vessel might only have 1 lieutenant, but a ship of the line might have up to 5, and a dreadnought might have up to 6. Lieutenant is the highest rank that a ship's druid can typically aspire to, and is the usual rank of a ship's star pilots. They may also command prize ships, watches, or crews. The original intent of the lieutenant was as a placeholder to the captain of a vessel, but over time the role has evolved to fill in the middling range of command authority. Many of the traditional roles of lieutenants have passed down to ensigns. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're familiar with modern militaries that are standardized according to NATO, right, you will find that my military is not like this, and it confuses military people sometimes. I have a fair number of military people who are in the fan base, and they're like, what? Right? Especially if they come from American militaries, because they do things very differently than British militaries, which is what I have based this on. This is, my command structure is loosely based but not identical to what happened in the Royal Navy during the Napoleonic Wars. So a lot of the ranks are muddier than we're familiar with. So... Rowan agrees with me. Exactly, which is where I am at in my life. It's too short to grind at things and not do the stuff that you would rather be doing. Right. Exactly. Right. And at least this way, if you struggle and catastrophically fail, at least you were trying to do something you wanted to be doing, not, the drudge thing. Sometimes you have to real life still happens. You do have to eat while you're trying to write. So you have to do that, but you certainly don't have to give it any fucking effort, right? And you can spend your free time on the things you want to do. Yeah. To commander, star command, like the term indefinite. Okay, I gotta remember those. The weight's very important because I want the ranks to appear in a proper order. Oh, dingy thing. Oh, Akimoto's! Thank you so much again for the gift sub. Okay. I have made a point, right, because I believe that anybody who contributes to this effort is contributing what they can, right? And I don't want to say that, anyone is better, right? Like I don't like that whole idea because they happen to have more money to contribute towards the project. But I do have to say that Akimoto's has gone way above and beyond in the support of this project, and I don't even know what to say, right? He backed the highest tier at the Kickstarter. He is a patron, right? He is a subscriber to the channel. He gives out gift subs in the channel. He does not have to do all that, and I really appreciate it, right? So thank you so much. You're my hero. I just have fun here, he says. Well, that's awesome. Hi, Chris. Chris says, eating right at the same time? I'm not that coordinated. That's what I get for coming into the stream mid-sentence. I was saying you gotta pay the bills while you're writing, but you certainly don't have to give whatever you're doing to pay the bills any more of your time and effort than you're clocked to give it. You know what I mean? Lieutenants must be recommended by their commanding officer from among a ship's ensigns as candidates for command. Once chosen, they must pass an examination from the Navy Board to be qualified for the lieutenant's bar. This exam is an extensive test of a starfarer's spacemanship, mathematics, literacy, and navigational capabilities. If they intend to serve as a star pilot, a would-be lieutenant also needs to pass a qualifying pilot's test. This involves taking a small craft through an obstacle course, not dissimilar from the obstacle course that qualifies a candidate for the Avalonian Navy Elite Flight Academy ACES High. There is also a written exam on ship recognition, starfaring engines, starfaring engines operation, flight physics and metaphysics, and starfaring commands and technical terminology. Passing the ACES High course is considered the equivalent of passing the pilot's exam and obstacle course with stellar marks. Yeah. Requirements. That's what I needed to work on here. What were my requirements for ensign? I am now up to date. I know where I am. How are you today, Chris? Good to see you. Let's talk more right, remember? Yes, Claire, you're right. I'm working on it. Ah, yes, okay, that's the kind of thing I was going for there. Awesome, James. James says, well, it's Thursday when the great day of celebration happens. As it's Thursday now, he thought he would say it. That's cool. Happy great day of celebration to you, too. Alright, required to be a midshipman for at least 5 years before they are considered for the position. Okay. Becoming a lieutenant is a muddier prospect than many other positions within the Navy. Usually a lieutenant spell, damn you, must have served at least a few years as an ensign, and however, some positions require a degree of command authority, and the candidate, that's a good word, might not have any previous Navy service under their belts. Cayetan says, am I the only one who feels strange when searching for my World Anvil articles on Google brings results? I love it. I'm glad that that happens. One of the cool things about World Anvil is that their Google SEO is perfect, right? It's absolutely excellent. If you have a world on World Anvil and you've got any number of articles on it, you will turn up in the Google search if you are looking for something related to your world, as long as you use your world as the keyword. And this is a reason why I have chosen to maintain my World Anvil address for the time being. I was going to get a custom URL, and I've decided not to. I think it's easier to find me if I don't. So, yeah. Oh, what's Moon worried that they missed? Is my stream being buggy? Again? Okay, I'll go back and find your question. Do I mind if you post a person's stream link in the Discord? 10 followers needed for affiliate, and they're a crafter and a writer. Not at all. I realize it's not self-promotion, but self-promo would probably be the most logical place to put that. By all means, go right ahead, Moon. I really do not mind anyone sharing friends and things they're working on and people they really appreciate and think are worth boosting. That's awesome. Right. Some positions require a degree of command authority, and the candidate might not have any previous Navy service under their belt. Regardless, lieutenants are still required to pass the lieutenant's bar. Good enough. Hello, Fabrizio. Good to see you. How are you today? Thanks for shouting me out on Twitter, by the way. It was a pleasure to meet you yesterday. Is there a way in BB Code to make a block of color around text? I'm sure there is, but how? Containers, if you have enough, a high enough guild membership to do that, but if not, I just use the allowed functions, which I'm showing you right now. Hopefully you can see them, right? Allowed in square brackets, end it with /allowed, right? Or quote, right? Doing the same thing, right? It's the allowed button that I am using for that top barrier, the top bar there. And that's the sprint, guys. All right, now I'm going to try to catch up some more in chat. This is going to be fun. I obviously know more, or owe a little bit more writing, Kayetan. I obviously, at least 5 minutes, right? So, ooh, Kickstarter 63.77%. Let's go to that. Do I need to reload the page? Somebody. Okay, it was just almost 74% and I didn't realize. Okay, that's cool. No, that's you know, really, I did not expect to be here at this point. Right? So that is awesome. I am beginning to allow myself to start to think about the next step and go, this might really actually happen, so maybe I should start putting a link on Goodreads and, you know, stuff like that. If it continues at this rate, I even have hope that the stretch goals will happen. Stretch goals, by the way. $5,000, I will make an Audible audiobook. I will find someone in the auditions that they have there and do a royalty share system with the narrator in order to put out the audiobook, right? Which will not be me. I'm offering an audio package as a reward with this, but I gotta tell you, it's just me reading the story. I'm gonna cough, clear my throat, right? Aaron's usual thumping around in the background, it's all going to be on there, right? And it's going to be the mic I got. It's not a bad recording. It's legible. It's understandable. I've been doing it for my patrons for some time, right? And, you know, if that's all you want, that's great and cool, but it's not a proper audiobook. I'm not going to advertise it as one, right? But, okay, $5,000, I will do an actual audiobook. It will be available through Audible. Unfortunately, that'll be the only place it'll be available due to licensing agreement. At $7,000, I will hire a professional narrator, and the audiobook will be available everywhere. At $7,500, I will commission or license music to use for it as well. Right? So I'm starting to think, maybe that might be possible. Oh, quote worked. Okay. Awesome there, Eli. Allowed worked. Yeah, that's what I'm using, is allowed. Dealian says, glad to see the Kickstarter's doing well. Me too. Pretty relieved it seems to be doing well so far. We're not there yet, though. We're not there yet, and I know that if I get too comfortable, then the danger is going to be that, you know, people go, oh, it's doing fine, I don't need to support it. That's not true. It's all or nothing, guys, so if the money isn't there, it doesn't get funded, that's it, right? That's all there is. So, James says, Lapin, 27 words, future scene fiction, the coin mystery. Great. Plot suggested by James Woodwright. Awesome. I'm really glad that you're writing. That's great. All right. Question, says Kayetan. I'm doing this totally out of order. Do you think that space traffic control will work similarly to modern air traffic control with airplanes? It very well might. Right? I think that that makes a lot of sense, and they are relying more and more on computerized formulas now than people who make mistakes and get stressed out. Right? So that is fair. I hope for a surge when World Anvil talks about it. Me too. I thought that might happen today, but then they didn't stream, so maybe next week. And that'll be good. If it does happen next week, that's great, because when I've done 2 of these now, right? Kickstarters. And I found that the beginning, there's always a big burst, and then there's the holy shit, this isn't going to get funded panic at the end. And in the middle, about the second week, it's slow like molasses, right? So, and you know, the whole time you're biting your nails going, I don't know if we're going to do this, right? But that would be a very good time for a sudden surge from that to happen. Tenacity says, Sable, is the brainstorm... Oh, that's the get back to work growl, so I am going to get back to work here. But, Tenacity says, Sable, is the brainstorm thing for your story or one of mine? It's for you, right? The brainstorm thing is for us, me, and the people in the chat to help you come up with stuff for what you're working on. Totally. If you want to use it for me, I don't know how you would do that, but go right ahead and I'll figure it out. Yeah. There are still 2 World Anvil streams this week, says Kayatan. There is. That's true. And, you know, we've got giveaways arranged, right? There's stuff that's going to be happening. Stuff available by raffle on World Anvil. We've talked about it. And they probably will mention that on Saturday because it's the community stream, I would guess. Right? But, you know, my stream is not directly following their stream there, so, you know, it might be limited, right? But one of them is map trashing, so probably no time to talk about the Kickstarter. Yeah. Yeah, I don't expect that to happen on the map trash. Alright, brainstorm, 5 minutes. Let us know what it is you need there, Tenacity. Can I suggest adding a text input field to the brainstorm redeems? It would be easier. Do you think so? I thought it might be too limiting because someone might need more space than that. But I guess you're right. I thought there was a text field. I'll do that now before I do anything else because there should bloody well be. Okay. Brainstorm. Require viewers to enter text. Okay. No, because you're right. That should be. Alright, there we go. That should be fixed. Editing. Okay. Duly noted, Tenacity. Waiting on your outline and premise, and we'll help you from there. Does anyone know if there is a Sage Inner Sanctum coffee this weekend? Asked Sai. Yes, this was discussed at the beginning of the month, and I remember the date was the 19th. So correct, that will be happening this weekend. Eli says, where the hecking heck to start with Reaperverse with making the new articles and updating the old ones, and anyone can weigh in on this. Okay, so what has changed since the first book? What are you introducing in the new book that was not present in the first book? Do you have everything that was needed in the first book lined out or outlined in articles? That's where you start. No worries there, Sai. Appointment. Assuming that the okay, appointment is based on 2 factors. requirement of the service and belief from a higher and belief in the candidate's capabilities as determined by a higher ranking, as determined by the Navy Board. It's actually determined by the Navy Board. While this sounds egalitarian in practice, it may mean that some lieutenants are promoted who perhaps are not best suited to the position, while others who deserve promotion lag behind in waiting for an opportunity for years. First, a need must arise for new lieutenants, and within the Navy structure. And second, the candidate must get the attention of the Navy Board. This is one of the reasons that patronage is often sought among important families and officers associated with the Navy. And it is also the reason that advancement happens more quickly during wartime. Greater need, plus more attrition. Let's be honest here. It is also the reason that mention in dispatches. You know what? Okay, I will start with the Avalon Gazette. That a mention in dispatches is so coveted among young would-be officers. Okay, I'd say that's about 5 minutes of steady writing, so now I'm going to go back to the brainstorming. Okay, Tenacity says, basically the last of humanity, noting the time, the last of humanity has retreated to a remote moon base, and on the surface of the Earth it is now uninhabitable. On the surface of the Earth there are 3D printers, which people on the moon base use to print plastic robot avatars they can control, and the whole point is them making the Earth rehabitable. Okay, I'm trying to figure out, 1, why the Earth is uninhabitable, and 2, how they can correct it remotely from the moon. Yeah, okay, so that's a fair question, because if we're doing this in raw sci-fi, you can't do that with the bombs went off, because radiation interferes with the function of electronics, right? One of the things that there was a problem when the Chernobyl disaster happened was that they had robots that were intended to clean up the radiation so that no human had to risk themselves, but they wouldn't work, right? The radiation levels were so high that they simply could not function. So what they had to do was put, firefighters and shit in rad suits, right? But even so, the radiation was so high that they basically had to run in. They were allowed to work for 5 minutes and then they had to leave, right? And even so, many of them died and a lot more got cancer and other various complications over the years. Really read the story if you haven't, guys. It's a real life heroism on a truly tragic and inspiring level, right? It's a fuck me kind of story, right? Those guys literally saved the world, and nobody appreciates it. No, it's a thing people hardly know. So go find it out, right? Yeah. So you can't do that. You can't have that, right? So, my suggestion would be a climate disaster, right? That might be a good one, or perhaps a plague, or a toxic gas. Here's the thing, right? Okay, part of the concern with climate change is that in the permafrost, the world used to have a methane atmosphere, right? Some of the creatures that you find in the Burgess Shale and places like that are really fucking alien because they didn't breathe oxygen. They breathed carbon dioxide, or they breathed methane, right? And then plants became a thing, and they converted all the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to oxygen, and then, which is a poison, by the way, but then life had to adapt to be able to breathe oxygen, and it's part of the reasons for the mass extinctions, they believe, right? So, but that methane's still there, it's just frozen in ice in the permafrost. If too much of the permafrost melts, we're gonna have a runaway reaction where all that shit's going to be back in the atmosphere, and then that's a poison dust, and we're all going to die, right? And then we're going to have another massive mass extinction that's going to take us back to microbes, right? So maybe that happened, right? So it'll be stinking hot, so that you'll have to have some kind of protection for that in your electronics and your plastics, but maybe like the remote functioning of the electronics is quantum computing, which is based in fiber optics and probably would not be affected much by a heavy cloud cover, right? And of course, super strong plastics will last forever if you got 3D printing going on with robots, right? Because they decay by UV radiation, right? Most plastics, there's a treatment you can give them that makes them much more resistant to it, but that's what breaks down plastics is UV. So if there's a big cloud cover, they're going to be exposed to less of it. The robots will last a longer time. I don't know. That's a thought I have. If anyone's got a better plan, throw it out there. Or if they've got holes in mine, throw it out there too. How long did you brainstorm for? Was it 5 minutes? Yes, it was. Okay, and then that's about 5 minutes worth of work there. Okay, now, I'm going to see what I missed in the chat that might be important. Oh, I did miss some important stuff. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I missed a lot of important stuff. Okay, this could take a while, guys. Oh, dinghy. I hear dinghy. What's a dinghy? Oh, Ashes! Thank you for the cheer! Much appreciated for the bits. That is amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to scroll right down to the bottom of the chat here in case I miss it. Puppo motivation bits. I miss my Puppo. My Puppo died a couple years ago. I have kitties now and I love them, but I miss my Puppo. So thank you for the Puppo thoughts. Things go well. The Kickstarter is 63% funded when I last looked. Since I'm thinking about it, I might as well go have a check on it now, right? We're almost at the end of the sprint timer anyway. Where are we here in all my tabs? There we are. Yeah, 63% funded. We'll reload the page just in case that's changed. If it hasn't, okay, I'm sure most of you are either waiting for the your payday or you've already done something with it. So that's the sprint. If you were working on the sprints there. And I'm having fun doing world building and whatnot on the Toy Soldier Saga universe there, Ashes. How are you doing today, by the way? Conduit stuff is coming together. We're all kind of scrambling because it's coming right up on us. Not this weekend, but next weekend. So that's a thing, but otherwise. Alright. James Lappin, 12 words, future scene fiction, the coin mystery. Awesome. Akimoto's now going to walk the dogs, which is awesome. Dragon Magpie sends me a bunch of kitty emotes. I love my kitties. I do. They're amazing. They're fun. And hello, Dragon Magpie. I know you can't be like totally new to the chat because it would tell me that, but I don't remember seeing much of you before. Maybe it was my hubby you talked to, or maybe it's been a while since you've been here, or maybe you lurk. But either way, welcome, and nice to see you. Rowan says, I'll need a doggo sitter when I make my visit to New Mexico, and if I can't get anyone else to do, I was thinking I might see if you guys would, so you could get a doggo fix. I will have to talk to the tribe here. I don't know because of the way your doggo gets on with kitties, but he's a small doggo and it might be possible. And you know what? Again, Claire, right? Claire says, yeah, waiting for my payday, but I may not be able to afford it even then. You know what? I understand. I understand being flat broke. I've missed lots of Kickstarters that I would have loved to have supported because of finances. And like I say, share with your friends, tell people, put it on your social media, do it a couple times, you know, then that's support too. And that's awesome. And I appreciate whatever, you know. I tried to make it so that everybody could, you know, there's something for everybody. Some people have supported at the $1 level. And thank you. Thank you for that. That's great. I really appreciate it. You know, I totally understand that everybody's finances are different. I make no judgment based on that. I have been really fucking poor most of my life, so I understand. I totally do. Yeah. Stretch is like, yeah, my spending this month is definitely at oops levels. Well, you know what? There'll be a book release too, and, you know, so, yeah. Ashes says, pretty good. Had a nice stream this morning with edits and good talks. Excellent. Work has been okay, but I'm lining up for a new technical writer position, so super stoked for that. That's awesome. Oh, okay. James said, sorry, repost in February 2021. And yes, I'm not joking. I said I had a surprise for you. And here it is. Oh, okay. I'm excited. What are we looking at? Loading it up. I need access. I do not have access, apparently. Awesome, Rowan. Thank you. Rowan says, I've been just posting the Kickstarter link to Facebook every day since it started. That is awesome. I really appreciate that. Especially because I am not on Facebook at all. Okay. Yeah, present hall pass. Exactly. Eli says, Sable, I've decided to start the new Reaperverse articles with Lily because I'm a horrible, evil bastard. Awesome. Yeah, I know. Oh, come on, Autobot. Exactly. Really? Oh, it is Dragon Love Water. Well, that would be why. Dragon Magpie is awesome as a name, Dragon. That's cool. I like that. Dragon Magpie. Nice, nice. I'm with Masadi's in response to Eli. Best way to be with one's characters. You know what? The story's in the conflict. If there's no conflict, there's no story. So go ahead and be a bastard. It's fine. Alright, I'm going to try to catch up on stuff here. Makara said, Rowan, my Shadowrun players broke several Shadowrun missions. I GM'd them. Shadowrun is designed to break the GM, and that's really cool, right? You want lunatics, so that's fun. Glad it was helpful there, Tenacity. That's great. You're welcome. They said thank you for the input. James says, wrong link. Link is fixed. Okay. If you've read Reaper, you know I started with Lily as Evil. Yes. Yes, I do. Those of you who are working, that is to get back to work, Growl. Wow, this stream has gone by really quickly. I was going to do like 2 hours of the, Kickstarter related stuff, and then I was going to do 3 hours of Diane Actually Writes. The coin mystery. Awesome. Do you want me to read this? Cool. This is the wrong link. Ha ha. Okay. Sorry that I'm showing something on screen that you did not want me to show. I apologize for that. Remove. Population generator. Oh yeah! I remember you talking about this. Nice! Nice, James, that is awesome. I'm going to take that and put that over here because I'm going to play with that when we're done. Thank you so much. That's great. Useful. I bet we can put that in with the variables feature now on World Anvil, eh? That is great. Yay! Yeah. By the way, I'm that kind of asshole. For those of you who want to know, Macaro and various people, I went all by the book, and then the players completely obliterated everything with out-of-box scenarios. I'm the one who tries the out-of-box scenarios. Why? Because I believe that if the fight is fair, your tactics are bad. Right? I try to solve the puzzle with my brain kind of player. I enjoy that much more than I do with, just rolling dice, right? I'm not really interested in that. You can make it more fun for me by describing how cool the character actions look or how bad the blood and carnage is. Good description will keep me interested. I'm there, right? But I prefer to work my way around the problem with my intelligence. And I get frustrated when I cannot do that, right? So I hope you have contingency plans for me and people like me. Oh, James says, feel free to send that around. It's also meant for eSong as well. Well, thank you, James. I will totally do that. I'm more of the only unfair fight is the one I lose kind of entity, says Ashes. Yeah, if the fight's fair, if the odds are even, your tactics were bad. You should definitely manipulate things to your own advantage, is what I say. So, and I really enjoy figuring out ways to do that, right? So that's me. And I don't like riddles either, right? Because I think they're busy work, right? So I get impatient with them. I'm like, somebody here is trying to be clever and prove they're the smartest person in the room, and it just bugs me. So I actually really like being allowed to use good tactics in combat scenarios. Yeah, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's right. That is it. Okay, I'm going to show you my kitty because she wants out, but she's just going to appear in the little window here because the sprint timer's going. So one sec. Hello, Missy. You want out, and that means it's cat tax time. This is Smokey, although we call her Missy and Princess more often than Smokey these days because she is a little princess. Yeah, good kid. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'll let you out now. That's a good girl. You went out too, Buster Brown? No? No? Okay. Emily says, I've increased the resolution just to see her. Yeah. Hello, happy book writer. How are you? I haven't seen you in a long time. Sneaks back in slowly. I guess I spoiled your sneak. I'm sorry about that. How are you? Are you ready for the tourney of tales coming up here imminently? Rowan says the best riddle thing I've ever seen was the GM used to quiz the players on world lore they had already been given. That's clever. Right? That's a test. That's fun. I would enjoy that. She is a good kitty, except she's a little demon. Right? She gets like the zoomies at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I've never seen a more dedicated hunter. She will kill anything. She loves it. She thinks it's a great game. Yeah. Huh. Well, I've been busy working and moving house. And I miss you all so much too, says Happy. I have missed you as well, a lot. I'm glad to see you back. I hope your move went well then. Moving is such an ass pain. I hate it so much. So I totally sympathize with you. I guess since, like, you're... Yeah, zoomies make the world go round at 3 a.m. Yeah, legit. You obviously have cats. I am doing a Kickstarter for a few good elves. You haven't been back in a while, so it's only been live for a couple days. Here is the info, if you would like to check it out. We are at 63% funded on the beginning of day 3. Well, it's actually, I'll just say it's in day 3, so. Oh no! It went fine, but I have a damaged nerve in my spine, so I have a numb right leg, says Happy. That is awful. Yeah, that is not good at all. Alright, Eli says, Sable, you've read Reaper. I have a small title for all my characters, but I'm blanking on what to put for Lily. Oh, subtitles, right? Yeah. Like Raven is a flighty narrator, and Da is a caring father, but what do I put of Lily? Nothing. The thing that came to my mind was a total spoiler. So... a complication? I did not know that piece of information. Eli says, Happy, talk to your doctor before doing this, obviously, but lion's mane mushrooms capsules can help reverse nerve damage. I did not know that piece of information. I will totally remember that. As a matter of fact, I think I will look for that Aaron has nerve damage from the ICU. It's one of the reasons why he has limited balance and his hand function isn't proper, right? I will look for it. We were talking about our dogs. Dogs are awesome. And kitties. Kitties are great. Tenacious Twerp. That's legit as a suggestion. Oh, that's deep. Tenacity says, I'm being torn asunder by my aspirations, which want to see me touch the stars, and my nature, which wants to see me stay the same. Yeah. Mood. Mood is right. Yeah, okay, so I agree. I'm catching up in back chat. Stretch said, Rowan, I might sometimes get stumped by that, but in the end I love it, referring to the riddles related to the lore already given. I like working around things and players making their own choices. Yep. Claire is happy to report that someone has inquired about commissioning an entire book, a chapter at a time. So far, they haven't been scared off by how much that would cost, with a single chapter averaging between $180 and $210. Nice! Congratulations! Good luck! I hope it works out for you. That is a good way to make a living as a writer. Patronage. Excellent. Good work. Obviously, that's with me retaining the publishing rights. Awesome. Delian had his upper wisdom teeth pulled today, so he's dealing with that. So basically, he's not talking, and he's sitting there going, with all the shit in his mouth, and is, not eating or drinking anything for a few hours, and yeah. I sympathize. I may have had this done at some point. For me, they pulled my wisdom teeth on this side, and then they pulled my wisdom teeth on this side, like, a month later, or 2 weeks later, or something. Yeah. I will have to sustain on ice cream, he says. Yeah, ice cream for a few days for me, too. Okay. Tenacity asked me, do you have any experience with getting short stories published and writing them as well? I have a few planned, but struggle not to turn them into novels. Yes, I have, and yes, I do. Right? Okay, short stories. The first advice is simplify your idea. Right? A short story is best dealt with as a scene or at the most a chapter, right? So whatever you would accomplish within a scene or a chapter, that's what you're going to be able to accomplish within a short story. So think of something that's pretty significant. The second thing is you need to do broad brush strokes very quickly to give any appropriate background. You do not have the space to explain in detail the back history of the character. You need to kind of wedge it in line, right? It can be done, right? But I often am looking at the word count of a short story. I write for it, and I'm usually 25% over whatever the word count was, and then I have to go back and edit. But you can do that. Right? Getting them published is an entirely different animal. I will tell you that the shorter your story is, the more likely it is to be published. The longer it is, the less likely, because an editor has to pay you by the word if they're paying by professional rate. They can get more stories with more authors and more variety into whatever it is that they're making if they buy shorter stories. So if your story is going to take up 5,000 to 10,000 words of their book, it better be fucking worth it, right? So they hesitate a lot. And especially when you're not well known, they're not likely to give you that space, even if the story is fucking genius, right? So just keep that in mind. My suggestion is start with, flash fiction if you can swing it, and 3,000 word short stories if you cannot. If you have to write 5,000 words like I tend to, then it's going to take you longer to get there. That's all. You're welcome. Happy to help. Happy to help. I also agree with Claire's observation. Claire does a very good short story. She says the key is pacing. To elaborate, in order to keep it as a short story, the story must be reaching its natural conclusion within a set word count. Yeah. And yeah, it is a struggle. Oh, that's good news. Rowan says Juneteenth has just been approved in the American, I think it's Senate or Congress. I don't remember if it's Congress or Senate, but it's just been passed as a national holiday in the United States. That is awesome. A sweet child. Yes, good one. Good one there, Eli. That, by the way, is the break if you were sprinting. Yep, and Claire's right about this too. For short story advice, I would suggest you could just try cramming in as much change and meaning into each sentence as possible. If every sentence moves the story forward, you will find it easier to write a short story. That is legit. Good to see you too, Fabrizio. There are short or flash fiction panels in Conduit, yes, and you're welcome to come to that there, Tenacity. Schedule. Okay, the website is this, right? And you'll find a thing near the top bar that says schedule, calendar of events. That's where you find out when it is. So, yeah, it's just finding the mix of how many plot points I can fit and the mix of dialogue and plot. Tenacity, 1 plot point for a short story. You cannot do multiple plots at once. You have to do 1. Right? That's what I find. Right? Just as long as all the points are hit. Right? And yeah, mix of dialogue and plot. The answer is, does it advance the plot? If the answer is no, you don't need it. Whatever it is. Yeah. We're not really that interested in character development in short stories. Characters need to kind of show themselves in bits and glimpses between the plot. So if that helps. James says if you Google Burdencaster, you get Writer Greg's review 2 vids down, you get Amelay's Engineering Core. Yeah. Eli's right, 1 plot point, 2 max, and then only for a longer short story. Well, I'm talking about overarching plot, right? Plot points. People do mean different things by plot points. Are you talking about the things that are important to the plot? Right? Yeah, and flash fiction, 1 plot point. That's it. Fabrizio's lurking, working on a drawing. And I'd get distracted and want to comment. That's fine. Lurking is awesome. Lurkers are always welcome. All right. I answered that question. I'm almost caught up now, I think, guys. Tenacity wants the story that they're writing to revolve around the fact that no one is alive, but they find either a child or a group of survivors and try to rescue them. Sure, if they were living underground in the scenario I mentioned, they might very well be making it, right? Because pockets of breathable atmosphere would still be present. So there's an idea. Yeah, Rowan has some good ideas there for Tenacity. Claire's got ideas too that are also good. Gaetan says, I need advice. World Anvil has parent location for buildings. I have a station in Earth's orbit. Should I put Earth as its parent location? Of course you don't need a parent location for an existing building or location, but I would put Earth as the parent location. Yes, that's what I would do. That is to get back to work. Growl, this will be the last sprint of this first Kickstarter-based stream. At 2 o'clock, we are going to be switching over to Diane Writes, or Diane Actually Writes, rather. I am going to be shutting down the stream briefly, putting a break timer up, and then coming back, right? So that I can change the information in the stream and separate them. But I'm not going anywhere. So if you're interested in doing some writing sprints with me, where I promise I will not talk except in the breaks, then that's what I'll be doing. So. Eli says, I'll be doing World Anvil instead of For the Words on my stream today because I'm starting to feel a might bit panicky. Do not panic. You will be fine. I know. I panicked too. Doesn't help, does it? Smart me. Wait till football begins, then walk the dog, says Akamoto. Yes. Nuclear winter or a climate-related disaster. It is entirely possible that, especially if you make it several years after the nuclear disaster, that people could survive the nuclear winter. Basically, it's like this, okay? After, I think it's 9 months after a nuclear explosion, any radiation that is going to be gone in your lifetime will be effectively gone, right? All the long-term stuff. So as long as you're not at a blast zero site, you can probably survive fine, right? People will have mutations and cancers and birth defects, but they'll survive, right? Provided that the whole Earth wasn't carpeted, you know? How back in chat is Sable, says Stretch. I'm actually doing it 2 at once. I'm here with you. But I'm also looking at the back chat to make sure I haven't missed anything, right? I'm almost caught up in the back chat now, too. Stretch says, I've only just noticed, Googling my world, that Kirillith is a World of Warcraft character. I was wondering where I'd heard that. I hate that when that happens. Can't you use studio mode instead of shutting down the stream? Yeah, maybe I can, eh? Kit said, I definitely had a Lich King and the world name Aradia in my world since the 80s, and they both since showed up in video games. Yeah, it happens. You know? There's no entirely original idea, guys, right? Somebody else will come up with it. Caw, I changed my name, says Magpie. I'm gonna call you Magpie now, Dragon. Or would you prefer Dragon for the short form? You let me know. Emily watched the documentary on Chernobyl last year. It was very interesting. Yeah, it was. It was totally. Wow, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? Okay. I mean, where this conversation took place. Comet might also be a good disaster. Macaro cites, what has been will be again, what has been done will be done again, there is nothing new under the sun. I'm very late. I'm not late. Ooh, yuck. Akimoto says, my disaster begins with a sudden shutdown of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. Yikes. Okay, so that was... Okay. So Ashes says he can break the GM. DM Stretch says, break the GM! Pfft, bring it on! Ashes says, challenge accepted. Excellent. Go coordinate a game. I will totally watch that. Okay, I did that whole conversation. Tenacity said earlier, I don't know about lion's mane mushrooms, which was mentioned in terms of its use against nerve damage, right? But a friend told me about a certain magical mushroom that can help with depression and anxiety if taken reliably and when you're safe. Not for everyone, though. Okay, so I legit did some research on this. Personal direct as well as book reading for my book, The Witch's 8 Paths of Power. Because one of the ways in which people change their consciousness is by the use of external things. And that can include anything from incense to herbs to stuff that we know as psychotropic drugs, right? Prior to that, I had never taken a psychotropic drug. The only thing I had ever done was smoked a little pot, and it never did anything for me, right? Makes your body relax, which is good when I'm having back pain, but otherwise, meh, right? So, and yes, there is legitimate research that is going on right now and has been done before. Research something called the Harvard Hallucinogenic Project, because before that got shut down, that did a lot of really useful research into the subject. Magic mushrooms have been used to treat anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder with great results, right? So yeah. Yeah, it might be good for fibro too there, the lion's mane mushrooms row. And you and I, help me to remember what the name is. We'll both look it up. That's a good idea. Turkey tail mushroom is also supposed to be good for fibro, if I remember right, says Eli. It's definitely an immune system booster. I forget what else it's all good for. Happy is gearing up for this year's NaNoWriMo. Excellent! Excellent! Speaking of which, if you haven't heard, the Tourney of Tales will be happening for Camp Nano. It will be happening in July. Yeah, it's on the schedule. Alright, I am, I think, caught up now, pretty much. Game says, sorry, I've been making PPT slides for the con. That's great. Awesome. Thank you for doing that. Yes, I am up to snuff here. Good, good. If there was something you wanted me to see, I will totally check it out. Right? If I've missed it, just repeat it now. Because as far as I know, I am caught up in chat. So that means I missed whatever it was you said that you wanted me to say, or look at, or answer. let me know. Would a bother tax you to remember to call me Caduceus? I will try. And if you want me to, I will remember. It may take some work, but I'm willing to do that work. It's important. So if that is what you would like me to call you, Caduceus, I will do that. Thank you, Eli, who DM'd me the info. The dogs are happy again and Akimoto's is back. Welcome back. Stretch will be right back. Does anyone here know the Stone Ape theory? I do know the Stone Ape theory, actually. Yeah, really interesting, actually. Yeah. Yes. Cayetan says, last semester, as part of a lecture about ancient religions, Professor talked to us about altered states of consciousness and psychedelics. Yeah. James said, question, it was a while ago, and I said I was struggling to do military research on what crew was on the HMS Warrior and how much they got paid. Yes, you said that you would give me the links, and I partially thought it was rude of me to DM me for it. Okay. I'll do that right now. You happen to ask me at a good time. See, I've been, this brings me back to the Toy Soldier Saga conversation, actually. So, great. But, I've been researching the logistics of what things cost, how many things of whatever it was you needed, etc., how many people were assigned to, how many ships were in the British Royal Navy during the time of the Napoleonic Wars. So, I actually do have a website here somewhere. I just have to find out which one it is that I currently have open. Yes, this is the one. Okay, I'm putting this in the chat. This has all kinds of information, like the information that you are looking for, James. If anyone else is researching something along that line, then that is the link you want right there. It happens to be open on the other computer, that's why I'm typing it over there. But there you go. I hope it is of help to you. It was certainly helpful to me. Welcome back to Stretch. Maroon says, I wish I could do word sprints when he's brought over to that, but alas, I'm waiting on Chris to catch up with me. This will not happen probably till Friday because he is doing inspections today. And Claire, Caduceus, you're welcome. I will definitely try to remember that. And no problem, it's important for people to be recognized as who they identify as, right? So that means if you ask me to call you a particular name or a particular pronoun, I will fucking do my damnedest to do it. It's important, right? It's respectful to do that. So, CNVing it into my solo Discord server. Thank you, Sable, says James. Lappin' for life. Lappin' for life. Oh, yes, the flavor of... Yes, if you are doing... Okay, at the risk of, I'm sure Twitch doesn't agree with me. If anybody would like information on how to deal with that as the conversation is going, right, with about chocolate and orange juice and all of that there in the chat, message me on Discord, right, because I'm cautious, right, and my interest was never recreational, right, so I will be happy to give you starting points. Yeah, okay. I'm caught up in chat, oh my god. And we have 2 minutes left for this particular part of the stream. My hero character. Anastiro Sirin Desparian, Sword Lord of Brevoy. Brevoy Stiro for friends. Cool. I stumbled over it, but I fucking did it, didn't I? I think I'm going to finish this article for Diane Actually Writes today. I was going to do some editing on the next book, but no, this has more immediacy. And what did they call him? Styrofoam. They totally would. They totally would. That's people. That's what they're like. Rowan, my advice to you, by the way, is if you really want to write ahead, go get your character into some shit, and then see if Chris wants to work with that. Oh, Tenacity asks, what is the preferred name? Caduceus. A caduceus is like that, the staff, right? The medical staff that you may have seen. It comes from the symbol of Hermes. That's the thing that he carries. And it's also used to represent air elemental magic and also to represent androgyny, right? In some circles. And all of the, and it represents like the Hermetic mysteries, which are occult mysteries. Because Hermes, right? So, I mean, that's like the real point form. You should research all of that a lot more. But I assume that most of that has a bearing on why Caduceus wants to be called that. So, you're hilarious, Eli. Write Lily's article first, I said. It will be good, evil fun, I said. I totally won't struggle with it, I said. Okay, thanks so much for the education, says Tenacity. That's so interesting. I'm sorry if you weren't interested. I don't even know if you were. I've been a witch a long time. I wrote a book on it. Part of it was research into symbolism and correspondences. I know way more than I probably should. I studied it for like 30 years. So if it's like minutia that you don't give a shit about, just let me know. Okay, we're doing one more peek in here at the Kickstarter. I don't think it's changed at the moment, and that's fine, because we're doing really well. But just in case it has, we're going to have a look, and then I'm going to switch over to Diane Actually Writes from this point. If you were here for the conversation and the chatting and information about the Kickstarter, thank you so much for your support, for being here, and I really appreciate it. I'm not shutting down. I think I am going to do what Stretch suggested. I'm just going to flip over, right, and probably change the information in the stream manager for the second part of the stream, but I'm just going to keep running. I am, however, going to put up a break timer because it is time for a bio and I'm out of coffee. So, yeah. Interesting, Claire. Interesting, Caduceus. Alright, fair enough. Okay, I think I get the connection there. Kickstarter hype, says Cayutan. Thank you. And thank you for the bits, you guys, when you do that. And thank you for posting the link again, Eli. Okay, Tenacity says, no, I fully was, and that's fair enough. Okay. Oh, no, sorry. That was in response to something else. That was in response to Caduceus. All right. Nice. Yeah, Akimoto says, I've been called a Magica Blanca on 3 different continents on non-related cases, except me being me. Oh, he had a fumble roll, says Acubonus. That's why styrofoam. Okay, it's time to switch over, guys. Thank you very much for the conversation. I'm going to put up a break timer. When I come back, I'm going to be writing. I hope you will join me if you have creative projects to work on. I will still talk in the chat, but I will, during the breaks, the 5-minute break timers, but I will try very hard not to be doing that too much during the writing sprint. And I appreciate everyone being here. You're amazing. See you again in a few. All right, gang, sorry about that. I had an important phone call on top of everything else there from my mom's care facility, right, where she was being set up just to, I gotta book an appointment to go do some paperwork and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, sorry about that. I'm back now. Let's get back to some sprinting, shall we? It's writing time, and I'm in the mood here, so ready for the sprint. Oh, wait, no, before I do the sprints, Cayetan had a question. I was going to answer it. Cayetan asked about whether or not thrusters, and I'm honored you think of me as a sci-fi expert. I don't think of myself as a sci-fi expert. I've just read lots of it, right? Cayetan has asked me whether or not he thinks thrusters on the front of the ship might be an effective way to slow the ship down. I can tell you that that is the current technology that is being used. Like, you know, when you go on the spacewalk, the little doodad thing that moves the spacesuit around, that's what it does, right? And I can tell you that it's also part of the technology that was present in the space shuttle. That is the current prevalent theory. Obviously, in space, there's nothing to push against. There's no wind drag or, you know, anything like that. You have to create, only by creating a force like an explosion and pushing against yourself can you move things, right? You can also do it with, like, you know, say you tossed something in the opposite direction from the direction you wish to go. That would also move you, at least slowly. It's a good story that deals with that in Love, Death, and Robots, actually. But, yeah, that's what they did for The Expanse. It makes sense. And some forward-thinking science fiction people have even had it so that there isn't really a front of a ship. It's got thrusters in all directions, or at least the 6 major cardinal directions, so that it can just easily reverse and travel either way, which makes sense because in space there's really up, down, and left, right are your perspective alone. So, good idea if you were asking me my opinion, and I say go for it. All right, let's get on with the sprinting. Where am I here? I'm on this article. I see that my stream manager is not currently connecting properly to chat on my phone because I had to look at my contacts. Oh, dingy thing? You're welcome, Gayetan. Happy to help. I haven't ran with a half cup of coffee because it wasn't finished brewing yet. I may run out in the next chat break and go get some more because, yeah. Why do you have to insist upon talking about food? Okay, I'm bugging you, Eli. Yeah, Eli says, welcome back, Sable. I just returned myself with lunch. Swiss cheese, frozen berries, and the rest of my cold miso soup from yesterday. I'm jealous. I'm coming over, okay? Alright, but it sounds good. Okay, to be fair, actually, part of what I did in the break was grab myself a couple pieces of pepperoni again and some chips. Not the best lunch, not my favorite, but it's food, so... Appointment is based on two factors, requirement of the service and belief in the candidate's capabilities as determined by the Navy Board. While this sounds egalitarian, in practice it may mean that some lieutenants are promoted who perhaps are not best suited to the position, while others who deserve promotion lag behind in waiting for an opportunity for years. First, a need must arise for new lieutenants within the Navy structure, and second, the candidate must get the attention of the Navy Board. This is one of the reasons that patronage is often sought among important families and officers associated with the Navy, and it is also the reason that advancement happens much more quickly during wartime, greater need plus more attrition. It is also the reason that a mention in dispatches is so coveted among young would-be officers. Magpie had roast beef and toast earlier. Nice. Gonna make dinner soon. Eli says, if you didn't stream during my lunch hour, I wouldn't talk about food. Well, I suppose that's fair. Note that field promotions to lieutenant, while rare, do happen, and they are more often than not confirmed later by the Navy Board, as long as the new lieutenant passes the bar successfully. All right. Rowan says, making a to-do list of things me and Chris need to flesh out for a Pensig 199 AD story, like other movers and shakers in the world and those whose important skills are going to be relevant. Well, you could throw me in there, herbalist with some loose diagnostics knowledge might be useful. I'll be bitching the whole time because I was just starting to get my writing career going, and now that's gone to shit, of course, but I will still be useful. And you don't have to make up my personality. You can even call it by a different name and use me as a reference if you want. I'm not saying you have to either, I'm just saying it's a ready-made thing, right? Duties. Alright. As fully commissioned officers, lieutenants are expected the ideal of what is expected in command. Always display courage and honor. But also an ability to be respectful and take orders. It is often said that as a lieutenant, if you're not sure what you ought to be doing, you should yell, "Follow me," and charge at the enemy. A lieutenant expected to command their assignment, whatever that may be, from their watch to the flying of their ship to the healing of their starseed craft. I should put starseed in a thingy. Stretch the Sable sounds funny, but happened way more than you'd think in history. The follow me in charge of the enemy thing. Oh no, I would not be surprised at all. No, I'm well aware. The best way to fuck up a perfectly good battle plan is expose it to the enemy. So chaos happens far more often in war than you might think. The truth is that getting any number of people to do anything at, as one in any given time is surprisingly difficult. People go to basic training and march around in the parade square and spend a month or two learning how to turn right at the same time. So, yeah, there's lots of chaos, and yeah, it's happened a lot for sure. Kayetan says, and as an admiral, you should order starships to full stop in space. Referring to our conversation yesterday, where apparently some general did order a bunch of planes to full stop in the air. Yeah. Alright. There's Starship Craft. Do the managing of their commanding officers' paperwork. A wise lieutenant listens to the practical advice of their NCO to prevent giving any stupid or impossible orders. Back with dinner, don't know if my message got a reply. I was saying that, yes, I would not actually be surprised in history how many times that "follow me" has happened. Battle is chaotic. The best way to fuck up a battle plan is expose it to the enemy. Often people don't know what to do, or, you know, the situation seemed absolutely, out of hand, and so your best bet is to charge at the enemy and hope you kill a few of them on the way. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, it's true. I'll catch up on the rest of this stuff on the break, by the way. I do see it. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly like being a GM, Rowan, I agree. Only bigger. I've heard that too, Stretch. I remember hearing that in the Napoleonic War, more British officers were shot by their own men than the enemy. Don't know if that's true, but would actually make sense back then. Too many dumbasses with no clue about war that bought their commissions. Yeah, actually. I don't know if that's true either, but I have heard it, and it has happened, and I'll tell you what, it still will happen. If you are a dangerous fucking lieutenant who is not using your brain, and let me tell you, military guys have 1,000 stories about the idiot lieutenant trying to give orders, and the NCO trying very patiently to help them not be an idiot, right? Yeah, it happens, right? It still might happen today. It was a nice plot event in Full Metal Alchemist. Yep. That's the sprint. Okay, let's catch up on this chat. You guys have been very cheerfully active here, so this is good. Okay. Stretch says, plus I'm here, so food always crops up. That's pretty true. Rowan says, I just ate a can of sardines while I wait for dishwater so I can do dishes, so I have a pot I can cook noodles and eggs in later. Yeah. Been there, done that, wrote the book. Ask Graham, I'm sure he has some good ones for you. Yeah, I'm sure he does. And you know what? Chris actually shared a good one with me. Do you remember that? I think it's posted back in the Toy Soldiers old school chat, right? The whole thing about the idiot lieutenant not recognizing water on the map. Yeah. And it was a Twitter conversation. Pretty funny. Yeah. Eli says, starting with Lily was a good idea. I have 2 stub articles I need to create off hers, and a third in just a moment. Gotta figure out how I want the intro into the next stub I need to create. Yeah. Eli says, I want to put the fact that she writes the letter to Andrew in this article and talk about her love of reading the library in the same paragraph, but I'm having trouble introing it. Yeah. I can't help you. I'm sorry. My mind drew a complete blank. Kayetan says, another story from a history teacher. Someone from the set of a historical show asked the Air Force to stop flying above the film set and used the money argument. My history teacher said that the planes are more expensive, and the TV person was out of arguments. Yeah, you know what? If you didn't want the planes flying over the site, go somewhere where the planes aren't going to frequently fly over the site. Get a different site. Okay. Yeah. Stretch says, you heard the made-up story of the U.S. Navy ship being told to move? The reply was, no, we're the U.S. Navy, you move. It goes on, but I won't spoil it for you if you didn't know. Yeah. Actually, I do know. By all means, do share a link to that in the chat, though, if you can find it, because it's fucking funny as hell. Alright, Eli's got to figure it out. Woot! Article is almost finished, almost to the sad part. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great joke. I remember that one. Yeah. People giving stupid orders. That's what your NCO is for, is to prevent you from doing an idiot. You may notice that in Toy Soldiers, I have Celine, who is in charge of this little shit show, consulting the guy who used to be the NCO on a regular basis. And going, am I fucking this up? Because she got her position in part by nepotism, and she is aware that she does not have the knowledge and experience that Arian has, and really wants to prevent doing anything stupid that is going to get her people killed. Yes. Go to example. There we go. I am going to share this with you, and then I am going to, when the sprint starts again, mute my mic and take off and go get the rest of my coffee. Here you go. Yeah. Transcript of a radio conversation of a U.S. naval ship with Canadian authorities off the coast of Newfoundland in October 1995. Radio conversation released by the Chief of Naval Operations 10/10/95. By the way, you can tell this is not actually a real example, it is a joke. And the reason why is because the Canadian Navy would never release anything to deliberately embarrass the American Navy like this. Politically, it would be bad, we would not do that. Okay, Americans, please divert your course 15 degrees to the north to avoid a collision. Canadians, recommend you divert your course 15 degrees to the south to avoid a collision. Americans, this is the captain of a U.S. Navy ship. I say again, divert your course. Canadians, no, I say again, you divert your course. Americans, this is the aircraft carrier USS Lincoln, the second largest ship in the United States Atlantic Fleet. We are accompanied by 3 destroyers, 3 cruisers, and numerous support vessels. I demand that you change your course 15 degrees north, that's 15 degrees north, or countermeasures will be undertaken to ensure the safety of this ship. Canadians, this is a lighthouse. Your call. Yes, and then I saw what Cayetan said and I ignored it. Yeah. Okay, of course this is actually an urban legend, but I'm sure there has been an example at some point in history. Especially because lieutenants, like commissioned officers in the Napoleonic Navy, did in part have to buy their commission. They were expected to pay for their uniforms and their, stuff themselves. The Navy was often undersupplied, and they would have to make up the difference. Like a lot of commanders used to do things. Captains of vessels used to buy extra ammunition, right, with their own money. All right. See you later, Dragon Magpie. Pleasure to have you, and I'll see you. Aaron will be back tomorrow for Ask an Old GM at his usual time, 2 o'clock. I will be back on, Aaron will also be back Saturday. I will be back on Sunday for Sable's World Forge, where I will be working on stuff for the World Builders Roundtable joint project. So, wait, no, I won't. I'll have Travis Tavern Talks here to interview that day. So I may be doing some of that stuff, but I'll actually be talking to Travis, so. Yes, have a good time zone, indeed. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. By all means, keep writing. I think I can switch to the break timer now without losing my sprint, so I am going to do that briefly. I'm going to get more coffee now that my coffee is finished. See you later, Caduceus. Thank you for joining me. Yeah, and I'll be right back, gang. Carry on with the sprint, if you are sprinting. All right, I'm back and I actually have coffee. I like coffee. And maybe 3 people. No, I'm just kidding about that, but all right. So back to work. I think I want to point out the Lily article is almost done. I'll talk more about this stuff in the break. It's cool. I got stuff to add. Now aspiring noble sons who are appointed to the position of lieutenant. Leads to accusations of buying one's commission. This is not precisely accurate, but it is true that do you know the days go by in my house where the phone doesn't ring for like a week, and then here I am, the first day I've done a marathon stream, nobody else but is home, and that's 3 phone calls since I've four since I've sat down. This is not precisely accurate, but it is true that who you know often gets you farther than what you know. And nobles in the Navy command structure make a point of scratching each other's backs. And that's the sprint. I think I'm putting that there. Okay. It's called Sod's Law, the phone calls. Yeah. In Canada, we call it Murphy's Law, but it's the same thing. Well, Murphy's Law refers to anything that can go wrong will go wrong. At the most inconvenient time. And that, I think, is Sod's Law. At the most inconvenient time. Yeah. So, Stretch says, a friend of mine used to work as an RAF engineer on parts of the aircraft. One pilot went up for a standard training flight, came back, and complained about weapons failure. Engineer's reply was, you went up with no weapons, and why were you trying to use them anyway? Yeah, it's an exercise. What the fuck were you using weapons for? Hey, I believe it was AG in the chat yesterday who shared the story of the fact that her brother's ship on the way to Afghanistan was the last one to arrive to do anything important because they had to turn around and go back halfway through the fucking Atlantic or something because they forgot the planes! It's an aircraft carrier and they forgot the fucking planes. I'm like, I can totally see it. And that is an absolute true story too, by the way. Eli writes the heading, Kidnapping and Untimely Death, sobs. I know I killed this character 4 years ago and I should be over it, but I am not. Fair enough. Kayetan says, I have another joke. War, a method chosen by God to teach Americans geography. True story. Mikaro, my wife. So I gave the rats food because they had none, and me. Hold your horses! I gave them 2 hands! So our pets are lying rats. Yep. Yep. They do that. So do dogs, and so do cats. Oops, says Stretch. Couldn't they just fly the planes to the ship? No. The reason why aircraft carriers exist is because fighter jets, fighter craft have limited fuel capacity. And many of the designs are specifically designed to minimize fuel because fuel is more mass and therefore creates more drag and therefore makes the ship or the plane. See, I'm still thinking my universe here, my toy soldier universe, but it makes the plane fly less quickly, obviously, right? And less maneuverable, because the heavier it is, the less maneuverable it is. So what they do is they put them on the aircraft carrier and they bring the fuel with them, but they have limited fuel capacity, so probably they would have all splashed into the ocean if they tried that. Stretch says, oops! Yep, oops is right. I'll be working towards something like that in later parts of my books. I think it may be book 3, where it finally becomes a thing, but they start reinventing aircraft carriers in the Toy Soldier Saga too. Right, because little fighter craft, for them it's not a matter of fuel, it's a matter of supplies for the pilot. Right, because the pilot has to eat, and you can only carry so much. Yeah, or mid-air refuel, which, yes, is a thing, you're right, Stretch, but I guess that would cost vastly more in fuel than a single ship. Yeah, it probably would be also dangerous, right? Because mid-air refuel is a dangerous thing. And expensive, you're quite right. So probably rather than refueling all the planes on the way, it was cheaper to send the damn aircraft carrier back. Alright, back to work here with the growl of the dragon. We're at 12 after 3 by my clock. That means we have roughly 1 hour and 45 minutes left in the stream. Said that poor, cruel, or, okay, actually I'll say incompetent. Incompetent, cruel, or stupid lieutenants tend to die frequently from wounds in the back. Lily article finished. Cool, Eli. Stretch says, good point. Mid-air refueling is the most dangerous maneuver a fighter pilot can do. Yes, it is. Calyatan says, but how did they forget the planes? I mean, nobody noticed that something was missing? Shouldn't someone have said at some point, aren't we forgetting something? Okay, I can understand ways in which this could have happened, actually, because you have to understand this to know how militaries work. I see I need to write an article about this. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Calyatan. Okay, so getting any big group of people to do something at once is really, really hard. Getting them to do it when they're under stress is much harder. One of the reasons why soldiers train the way they do is so that what they're doing in a combat scenario is a reaction. That it often, if possible, is more mechanical than it needs to reach their cerebral cortex at all, right? And it's because the cerebral cortex does not work very well when we are under stress, right? It defaults to our brainstem flight or fight responses, right? So complex things under fire or in war are really difficult to execute. Also, command structures in a military, especially one the size of the United States Navy, is labyrinthine, right? And there's a huge bureaucracy, right? Probably somebody did notice, right? Also, shit rolls downhill. Okay, so what happened probably is that the techs probably noticed, and they went, I'm not fucking telling the lieutenant. I don't want to get yelled at. And then the lieutenant, if they were smart enough to notice, probably went, yeah, this is outside of my pay grade, and maybe they had a reason for it. Maybe we're going to pick up something later, right? The captain wouldn't have had a chance to check at all. An aircraft carrier is a big fucking ship. It's basically a floating city. They have to be at the bridge most of the time. They probably didn't even know, right? And the general didn't check. So, or the admiral, rather, didn't check, right? They gave the order and expected it would be carried out. So, yeah, I can see why it would have happened. And stuff like that happens in the military far more often than you would think, and in any given military, it is like that. I have all kinds of stories of shit from the Canadian Army, from my friend Graham. I have all sorts of stories like that from the Navy, from various friends. It's really, really common. And as a matter of fact, my character exploits that on numerous occasions in the plot of the books. So, yeah. So it says, fun fact, in World War I, reports of head injuries went up in the British Army when helmets were introduced. Can anyone guess why? You know, I used to know this, and I forgot it, Stretch. It had something to do with them, like, taking off their helmets to check or something. I don't remember. Remind me. Yeah. Nope. Okay. they thought that the helmet completely protected them from any fire, so they just stuck their heads up and got them blown off. I don't know. Oh, well, that's true, yeah, or they suddenly started surviving head injuries instead of just dying. It's a good one, Macaro. Because when the artillery shells... Oh, yes! When the artillery shells hit, it would throw up sods of dirt. They would be heavy. Before helmets, they were listed as dead. With helmets, they started surviving. Yep. That makes sense. Do you think this is clear enough? It is also said that incompetent, cruel, or stupid lieutenants tend to die frequently from wounds in the back. Or, I'll say, have a tendency. Have a tendency to die from wounds in the back. It does make sense. You get my drift there, that clearly they are being murdered by their own men. Because they are fucking morons and they are a menace, and to prevent people from dying, they're killing off the idiot. Makes sense to me. You could make it more obvious, but it makes sense to me. Okay. Yeah. Took the British command a while to figure out why, says Stretch, and initially they started panicking. One high-up officer almost ordered everyone to stop wearing the helmets until one bright spark told him why. Yeah. Tendency to die from wounds in the back. Okay, I think I should make this a bit more obvious, but I don't want to make it too obvious. Trust my reader, they're smart. Let's see, to die from wounds in the back. Oh, I'll say, die from wounds in the back with distressing frequency. Actually, I think given that context, it's probably good enough, eh? A lieutenant is expected to command their assignment, whatever that may be, from their watch to the flying of their ship, to the healing of their starseed craft, to the managing of their commanding officers' official paperwork. A wise lieutenant listens to the practical advice of their NCO to prevent giving any stupid or impossible orders. Oh, I should say to their gun battery. Artillery battery. Yeah. A wise lieutenant listens to the practical advice of their NCO to prevent giving any stupid or impossible orders. It is also said that incompetent, cruel, or stupid lieutenants die from wounds in the back with distressing frequency. Yeah, I think that's good enough.
it looks like I probably did what I was supposed to do for changing the pay rate, but I will check. Eli's back. My computer died of dysentery, memory issues, so I'm switching machines, but I'm on my phone until Workhorse boots up properly. Gotcha. Well, that's annoying. I would say probably died of dementia rather than dysentery. Kellytan says, this is what I wrote about navigation, boys. Well, oh, okay, actually, I'm not in a sprint. Yeah, I got 3 minutes more to the sprint. I'm going to work on the sprint, and then I'll answer that. Alright, I think I am ready here. To look at this in a view, so I'll Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Hail, hydrate, Moon. I should tell you about this. I am drinking the most amazing lemonade in the world. We've always wondered, why is it when you make lemonade, it never tastes as good as the stuff you get from the fresh lemonade stands at the fair or whatever, right? You know, it always seems thin or sour or something like that, but Jamie read a trick on the internet. What you do is you take the lemon peels and you set them in the sugar you're going to use in the lemonade for a few hours. And what that does is that the sugar absorbs the lemon oil as well as the lemon juice, which gives you the richer, fuller notes of properly made lemonade when you mix it together. And it turned out that this, little internet hint was fucking right, and it made amazing lemonade. It's so good. We're out of it now, though. I'm gonna get him to make some more tonight. Oh, and I need to change the cover picture. Okay. Okay. Obviously, I need something in this space. I can probably find a quote. And that's the sprint. Okay. This is what I wrote about navigation, boys, says Cayetan. What else should I add? Navigation buoys, also known as nav buoys or simply buoys, are devices used to regulate space traffic in star systems. Most commonly, they are used to denote the no FTL zones around planets and space stations. They are also located at the most used entry and exit routes on the edges of star systems. Buoys use main thrusters on 4 sides to maintain their position. Okay, how are they used to regulate space traffic then? Right, would be the thing. Do they send out, radio or laser signals? Right? Is there some form of FTL communication as well that it sends out to let people know it's there, like a blinking light? Right? Does it have any ability to slow down or stop a ship that is careening out of control, maybe by shutting down its electronics? Right? Because that might be a thing. Or is that something you would leave for, like, a stellar lighthouse? Okay, so those of you who are here, when summer camp starts again, okay, and when the building challenge shows up, because we know there'll be one, remind me that I said stellar lighthouse. I need one. Makara says, the whole officers can be dumb is why I have Valia enlist and get promoted into being an NCO even before she's old enough to attend the officer academy. Yeah. Fair enough. So they're D4s? Cayetan? Yeah. Stellar Caltrops, maybe? Stretch asks, what about top or bottom? No up or down in space would need to cover every angle. Yep, that's true. Mikaro said, I'm Dutch. Lemonade is just concentrated fruit syrup you mix with lots of water here. Or lemonade, yeah. Can I recap that trick on Discord? Yeah, I'm sure I can. I'll put it in self-sufficiency. Because that's where we tend to put things like, herbalism and shit like that. But I certainly will. I'll tag you. You bet. That sounds like the ion cannon in Star Wars shutting down ship systems. It's exactly how the ion cannon works in Star Wars. Yeah. Like we're going to remember that, Sable. Why not make a Stellar Lighthouse stub article now? Add it to your to-do list and dashboard. My to-do list is not worth mentioning. Recipes! Yay! Says Moonflower. Yeah, I like recipes too. If you haven't seen it, by the way, Eli put their gingerbread recipe, their gluten bread gingerbread recipe in the Discord. I pinned it to the channel because I like that. I never thought about actually using ginger root in a ginger cookie. I'm kind of silly. That's totally cool, James. Thanks for lurking and hanging out. Good night. It has been a pleasure having your company. And I'll see you Sunday, if not before. I don't think I will make stellar lighthouses, says Cayetan. I'll make those in buoys. Maybe they could be used to denote approach routes to stations and planets. Yeah. Moonflower says, fuck the letter C in particular. Okay, I require elaboration. I would like to know why we are saying fuck the letter C in particular. Oh, Jesus. Explanation to my fuck the letter C. This word is pronounced how? I'm gonna guess Nockeceptor. That's my guess. That is the get the hell back to work growl. Not even Wikipedia knows. You know who might know? I'll help you. Dictionary.com. That's where I go. Let's find out. Nociceptor. Nociceptor. You can tell by the IPA, right? A sensory receptor that responds to pain. And it's like that too. Nociceptor. Yes. Nociceptor. And with the na and the sept being emphasized. Nociceptor. Good night, Cayutan. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you Sunday, if not before. Yep, nociceptor. Someone can read IPA, says Stretch. I learned, because I made a language, and it was called Orcish, or Baloric, and it, well, Balor, let's see, I can't even do it. Baloric, where you roll the fucking R. Balor, which I can't do right now, because I have no spittle on my tongue. It's so hot here. But, yeah. Yes, but I learned. For that why. Sort of. Yeah, I agree with you, Moon. That's kind of... Fuck the letter C in particular. C doesn't exist in my Orcish language. Because why? We have K and we have S. And those letters make enough sounds between them, we don't need a fucking C. C is redundant, really. I obviously lack as many nociceptors in my brain as I lack dopamine receptors, says Eli. Okay, so I've got room for a quote here. Okay, what do I need about a quote? Let me think now. Where would I find that? Ah, because people sometimes ask, why are you frowning, says Eli, and I think about it and say, I think my XYZ hurts. When one has chronic pain, one learns to shut that off, because one learns, okay, that's just keeping going, and I can't function with it, so then one becomes less aware of pain. Amelie says it's pronounced almost exactly like in French. For once, English makes sense. Yeah, that's... Where am I talking about lieutenants? Probably when they got promoted to lieutenant, or... Yeah, that's probably a good one, actually. What was that? It wasn't in this part, I don't think. Yeah, actually it was in that part. Okay. Yep, that's the one. Nope. Nope, that was ensign. Okay. Well, fuck. I don't know what quote to use. Okay, no, that was one I just looked at, so I want... probably that. Yep, people with chronic pain build up a tolerance. After all, nociceptors register abnormalities. If it's not abnormal, it's not registered. Yep. Rowan says, this is why it can take me 3 days to notice I've injured myself or overdone things. Eli says, thank all the gods and angels for frozen fruit and Powerade. I feel much less sick than I did yesterday. That's good to hear. Oh, do I not have the right thingy there? Just a minute. Well, good thing I checked that. Okay. I just realized I have a major edit there I have to do. Okay. Good thing I fucking worked. What chapter are we in? We're in chapter 25. Alright. Hey Bob, welcome back. Well, shitbirds. Now I'm going to have to go through and correct that whole thing, because I don't know whether I've made that mistake more than once or not. Curses. probably the only place that mistake appeared, but now I gotta go through and look at it. Okay, that was correct. Space Goats have like 5 likes. That's great. Yeah, nociceptors are in your brain, right? Sorry, I'll catch up on the chat a bit when the next break comes, guys. I've realized that I've made a colossal error. I forgot to change the rank insignia in one place from the changes that I had made. So now I have to double check and make sure that I have changed it everywhere. Question, should I publish the Lily article or sit on it until Guardian comes out? Sit on it. You don't want to spoil things. This is why I have assign yourself roles, by the way, about whether you've read one book or not, because that way you won't have spoilers if you don't want them. I mean, you can if you want. Sounds like the boys are home. They went to Kelowna. That's the Sprint gang. Hello, welcome back. Okay, I'll stop there for the moment so I can catch up on the chat. Alright, so Moon points out that nociceptors are a pain receptor in your brain, right? People with chronic pain build up a tolerance. After all, nociceptors register abnormalities. If it's not abnormal, it's not registered. Yep. Eli thanked all the gods for fruit, where are we here? Yeah, frozen fruit and Powerade, because they feel much less sick than yesterday. That's good. Moon says, also, the brain must perceive the potential threat, which is really what they sense, as credible for the sensation to occur. Nociceptors see threat. Nociceptors tell brain. Brain says yes or no. Unless, of course, nociceptors say, oh, I'm actively being damaged, in which case they trigger a reflex reaction without consulting the brain first, aka jerking away from heat before pain registers. That means brain has said, nope, not credible threat anymore. Eli says, my shoulder pain only registers when I think about it unless it hurts so bad it's starting to feel numb. That's Danger Will Robinson levels. We say that too in our house. Danger Will Robinson. That's like, there's a real problem here, right? And I always take as much ibuprofen as I dare when I start to not feel it anymore. Yeah, fair enough. Fun fact, it was just at numb levels after my stream on Saturday, and half an hour after I took ibuprofen, I was yelping about the sensation returning. Yeehaw. Or you are ignoring it, says... Yeah, my shoulder pain only registers. Moonflower said that means brain has said, nope, not credible threat anymore, or you are ignoring it. Eli said, no, remember, I have nerve damage. There's a muscle that cramps over the nerve and cuts it off. Unfortunately, that's a big nerve, so I lose sensation in half my arm when that happens. Right, Moon says, that's also a thing. You literally don't have nociceptors there. Yeah, because they're pain receptors in your brain. And in your nerves. Yeah. They technically are the nerves. They're the sensor things that say this hurts to your brain, that then make you feel the pain if the brain says, yeah, it does. All this is known because of My Hero Academia fanfiction with a person with the superpower to activate or deactivate your nociceptors. Neat. Things we learn reading, right? Okay, Eli says, some of them are coming back, but I'm guessing where I still have numbness 2 to 3 years after relocating my shoulder isn't coming back. Yeah. Now I can pester Jamie for more lemonade. Yes, I can. I certainly bloody will, too, because it was great. Eli says, I can still be surprised, though. My mom had nerve damage in her side for 10 years, and it came back. Yeah, sometimes it can. You never know. Nerves grow really slowly. So... Welcome back, Caduceus. Caduceus says, aka Claire, hey, I'm back and feeling proud. I have been complimented by a streamer on my grace in handling altercations with people being inflammatory. And it is affirmation that by making a conscious effort, I am actually growing and improving. Yay, that is awesome. Way to go. Yeah, and yeah, Moonflower says, nerves are very slow to heal if they do heal. Okay, we're about to run into another sprint. I'm going to put up the timer here, and I will be back momentarily. I'm going to run out and grab, speaking of all the talk of pain, I'm going to grab another painkiller. I have some killer pain today. And I am going to probably get some more coffee and bug Jamie for some more lemonade, and I will just flip the timer up when I come back. See you in a minute. Hey there, all. I'm back and I'm working in the background here for a minute. Sorry it took me so long to get back. I was having a bit of a conversation with Jamie and whatnot about our plans later. We're working on music today. We've been looking forward to it, so it's kind of cool. And then I wandered back in here without remembering that I had intended to take a painkiller when I went out there. So I went back and I took the painkiller. I'll be with you in just a moment here, guys. I'll chat, but doing stuff off camera here for just a sec. And hello, Tal. Good to see you. Welcome. Just had breakfast and my 4-year-old is expressing interest in writing, so teaching him to write blue. That's excellent. Well, I guess Tal sees mommy writing or Tal's boy sees mommy writing all the time, or child, I don't know gender. I thought boy, but I wasn't. My brain is not working, which is one of the reasons why I needed a painkiller. Yeah, nociceptor. Yeah, nociceptor. But, yeah, I mean, is it nociceptor? Is it, like, nociceptor? You know? Fuck the letter C. I agree with you completely. Yeah, C is redundant, doesn't exist in Orcish. Tobias, and I was right, assigned boy at birth. Exactly, there we go. That's a much better way of putting it, because you're right. Tobias might decide that they are a she later on, and gender is a spectrum, so why not? That's absolutely cool. I tried to be clear like that with my kids, too. I was like, okay, you know, we're assuming he at this point, but if you decide later on it's she or they, we're cool with that, right? And I tried to make a point of every time I talked about them finding a romantic partner of saying, well, when do you find a, you know, a girl that you like, or boy, or whatever, you know, or whoever. And I would go nuts buying girl clothes regardless of age. You know what? Girl clothes are just a way to torture your daughters and teach them to sit still and be polite. Because, right, you put those ruffles on you know, assigned female at birth children, right? I mean, you're basically forcing them to not play. I was never very good with that. And Tobias is a very nice name. I agree completely with Moon. An Alexander, a Tobias, and a Gideon. Nice. Yeah, onesies all the way. Damn right. I'm with Eli. I published the Lily article. I put most of the spoiler details under a spoiler. If you get spoiled and upset, don't come crying to me. I put it under a spoiler for a reason. Damn it. That's right. So I'm just going through, this is something that Tal will understand. I was going through and I realized that I had the old rank insignia design described in a place in the text when I was looking for a quote. So now I have to go back through the entire manuscript and see if I continued to make that mistake of not correcting the old rank insignia description. So I am you know, one at a time, going through each scene and searching for the word crescents. Moonflower says, well, I have a speech impediment, as anyone who has heard me talk knows, and I can't pronounce Gideon as well as I would like. I have a lisp, you may have noticed. Moon has the synesthesia. You know, in a way, that's kind of a superpower blessing, guys. Okay, I had it right here. I mean, people take drugs to get the effect. They take psychotropic drugs to get that effect, right? But I'm sure it's irritating. Alright, I'm going to put the camera back up here now, because it's time for another sprint. I am not sitting properly. right now. And I'm comfortable not sitting properly right now. My back really hurts today and my neck. I actually got enough sleep last night, and I don't think I moved for 9 hours. So, yeah, as a result, I'm very sore today, and right now this is the position that is least uncomfortable for me. So, I am going to stay in this position for the moment. I hope that's okay. Moon says, it's a blessing and a curse, right? I cannot stand the sound of some words, but it's pleasant other times. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure it is. Yeah, I'm sure that some words are... I mean, in addition to words sounding ugly, they taste ugly. I mean, and it can make sleeping hard, yeah. Thanks for the sympathy. It's okay, Cal. It's, you know... It's nothing new, it's just particularly bothersome today. Eli's poofing off to Kahuna, listening to his reading. Alright, fair enough. Thanks for joining me today, Eli. It's really a pleasure to hang out with you. Oh, I've added a new thing. It should be working. Let me try it. Just a second. Did I do this? Did it work? There we go. Ha! I added a promote your Kickstarters command. Reminder that on the 3rd of July, Eli, Basic Dragon, and I will be here from, I think, noon to 5 is the time that we're planning on streaming. And we are going to do a epic team-up celebration of our Kickstarters. We're going to tell you why you should promote all of them and why you should support them all. And we are, interviewing each other and asking each other questions and talking about it. And there may be singing. There will almost certainly be reading. It will be fun. Please join us. It'll be great. So yeah. See you later, Eli. I'll likely end up rating you. Alright, so where was I here? Yes. Yeah, I knew Tal would recognize the pain of this. I don't even remember why I have all this open at the moment. Did I see redeem? I'm sorry, I did not. I'm going to scroll back. Ah, here we go. Okay. Brainstorm, 5 minutes. We are at... Alright. Timer says 11, so we're off until 6. So I need a bit of help regarding linking my article things and templates. 1, I need to figure out if I should make an article on nociceptors, link to the Wikipedia article, or have a tooltip. 2, I need to know if spell is the right template for a sort of superpower. 3, regarding article titles, should I put that person's nickname that is used a lot in the title? Okay. Option 1, I wouldn't spend all the time. I generally don't do articles about shit that exists in our world. Unless there's a good reason to, right? Unless there's something that's significantly different, right? Like, I actually did an article on kiwi fruit for the Weird West because there actually is a kiwi fruit market like growing agricultural industry in Saskatchewan in the present day, which A, people don't know, right? And B, they managed to, maintain it and make it survive until they're sort of semi-naturalized by the time the Weird West rolls around. So it was important to put that article in there, because otherwise people don't know. Otherwise, if it exists in the real world, I cannot be arsed, to quote DM Stretch. So what I would do with that is link an article that way, right? But you could also put a tooltip, since, depends on what you're doing with the article. If it's really important that people know exactly how nociceptors work, you might want to link the article. If it's just important that they have a general idea of what they do, a tooltip should be fine. So that's my opinion. Second thing, need to know if spell is the right template to use for a sort of superpower. I would say give me more information on the power. I might be inclined to use spell. I might be inclined to use technology. I might be inclined to use condition, depending on what it was. Okay. 3, regarding article titles, should I put the person's nickname that is used a lot in the title? I will when it's important, right? Like, are they called the nickname more often than their real name? Then probably you should put their name in the title, right? I would, in the actual title, you being Inner Sanctum, you can do this. You can put the proper name and then the nickname in quotation marks, or you can put the, depending, right, if they're called the nickname more than the regular name. Like, I got a guy called Blackjack, right? And he's known more as Blackjack than he is as his actual name, which is Fistlin Goldenbow. All right. Or Natural Law for power. That might be another one too. Stretch, you're right. Bye, Macaro. Thank you so much for joining me today. And I will see you on Sunday, if not before. I may very well be on Aaron's Saturday stream too. So, and of course I'll be around on Twitch. Yes, so, where was I? I was talking about, what was I talking about? Nicknames, yes. So for Blackjack, right, I would put, Fistlin Goldenbow Blackjack, right, in quotation marks, right? And then I would, go to my, navigation section and edit the stubs so it did not include the quotation marks, right? So that the URL did not include the quotation marks, because they make stupid weird characters in the URL when you do that, so you have to fix it. But I would do that as part of it, and that's how I would personally handle it, right? Because nobody ever, they call him Fistlin Goldenbow once, right? And then he's Blackjack through the rest of the book, right? So, and hello, Darth, good to see you. I don't know how to explain the template thing other than Mori has a quirk known as No Pain, No Gain. This quirk allows her to activate and deactivate the nociceptors of any living thing she touches. She can use her quirk at will. Okay, given the context, I would put that nociceptor, I would link the Wikipedia article instead of a tooltip, because the details of how it works in terms of a power are important, right? I probably would use spell. Yeah, and then superpowers in general. Quirks would be a natural law that I would do separately, and describe the concept in general. But yeah, I would probably use spell for that. Stretch thinks natural law. Well, let's have a look. You know what? That's what the dashboard is for. Let's check it out. I'll just go back to my recent articles and delete all the untitles I'm about to create later. Alright, let's check out spell. Effect, secondary effect, manifestation, source. You don't need related deity or higher power. You might not need discovery. You probably don't need associated organizations. Material components and gestures and rituals you can likely ignore, although gestures and rituals might be you have to touch them or something. Related discipline or school is probably not necessary. Effect duration would be important. Casting time you can ignore and level because you're not casting it. Applied restrictions, what limits it? I'd say this would work very well with spell. Yeah, I would use spell to do this myself. Remember, the fields with magical law are much more limited, or natural law, and they tend to have to do, like, I write a lot of natural law articles, actually, and it tends to be more specific to a broader thing. And you're welcome. Happy to help. Alright, we'll flush that down the toilet now. Because I don't need that. Alright. And we'll close this page. And we'll go back to looking for the word crescent. Crescents, rather. No, it's fine. I told you to, didn't I? I said I need to know more about it. So, she's, Moon's saying, sorry I took extra minutes. It's fine. It's really fine, Moon. Don't you worry about it. Quite frankly, I don't want to be doing this right now, looking for the word crescents. I had other things I wanted to be doing, but I know that if I don't do it, I will forget, and then a very important edit will be lost. Because that is kind of like, that is really important. If I fuck it up, someone's going to catch it, and then I'm never going to hear the end of it. So, it's got to be done. I know. Yeah, no, that's fine. I should be able to get my article on Lieutenant done today, which was my goal. So that's okay. It's just I don't have the usual time tonight that I typically have. Because, like I said, Jamie and I have an appointment. I had to make an appointment to do music. Well, rather, he had to make an appointment with me because I'm so busy right now that I had to actually block out 2 hours of time. Do I have trouble watching anime? Caduceus asks, Sable, do you have trouble watching anime involving heavy medieval combat without picking apart the techniques and physics? No, because anime does not obey the laws of physics anyway and is not intended to. So, I do not care. I am more likely to go, this is supposed to be, northern France in 1100, and they did not have this type of technology, right? In an animal. That's the spring. But, nah. Sometimes the laws of physics aren't relevant. I don't pick apart the physics in Wuzhou either. It's not intended to have physics. That's not the fucking point. So. BBS, yeah. We'll be back soon. Okay, see you in a minute, Tal. Yeah, I don't, there is no point in applying, okay, it's like this, okay? I think that applying physics to anime is kind of like dickheads who say, women couldn't have held that position in the Middle Ages, when you're like, dude, there's dragons. It's magic, let it go. But hey, if people want to know about that, incidentally, there will be a panel on believable world building at Conduit. Let me see what time it is, because I've got it scheduled here. I think it's Sunday. Yep, believable world building will be streamed on this channel at 10 a.m. Pacific time on Saturday, with writer Greg, Rabid Candy Void, and Kahuna as our panelists. So we will be talking about that. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know what chapter I'm on right now. Oh man, where am I? Oh, 29-1. Okay. And I must have done it already, because otherwise I would not have it closed down. Okay. At least I think Rabbit's back on it. We never took Rabbit off of it. We are just waiting to hear confirmation. Right. Caduceus says, like the entire premise of Air Gear would have had a lot of people injuring themselves by A, falling on their butts, or B, seriously straining themselves to counterbalance against the ridiculous torque. Yeah. Am I at all familiar with Air Gear? No, but it sounds like something I would really enjoy watching. You will find that I am woefully uneducated when it comes to anime. I'm kind of an old school anime fan, in that I used to watch like a lot of older animes, right? But I am really not up on the present stuff, and I am certainly not filled in on all of the things that I have missed in the meantime. Since about the turn of... Yeah, so like for the past 15 years or so, when I have seen new anime, it has been as a result of my son introducing me to it, right? So it's really kind of spotty what I know. I used to watch it all the time. And yeah. It's a rollerblading anime. Awesome. A shonen, actually. Okay, sure. Actually, I may have seen that. It's kind of loosely based on roller derby tournaments. Kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, Nah, I don't think you should overthink physics much like that. That's to get back to work, Growl. I never stopped working. Sorry, guys. But then again, this is kind of brainless work that I'm chattering about while I work. So, the titular technology is a tiny, powerful motor the size and shape of a small gear. And I don't know what the nope was in response to, sorry. Okay, that's not it. It has nothing to do with rollerblade or roller derby or similar. Okay, then I'm mistaking it for something else. Honestly, my least nerd cred fields are anime and Doctor Who. Right? I know enough about them to know the basics. Right? I understand the premise. I've watched a few. Right? Can I discuss the details of episodes or the theory of it with you? No, I have no idea. I think Akira was the last anime I watched. Last anime I watched was Full Metal Alchemist at any length, right? So, now you know where I'm at, guys. I'm old. Sounds like fun. Caduceus says, so I have an e-date with someone who I think is really smart and cool in 3 hours. We're gonna binge Air Gear on Discord. Nice! Almost finished. Did that actually appear? Ah. Good thing I checked. Yeah, I hope all goes well too with the date. That's great. Good luck. Oh yes, I did catch the conversation about growing and changing, right? Regarding fixing people. Yeah, so I really want to help people out too. It's a big thing, and I used to have a real problem with that, right? Trying to fix people. It's why I totally get, and honestly, I mean well, right? But the problem is when people haven't invited you to fix them, it just sounds like criticism, and it makes them defensive, right? So wait for people to ask you for your help before you dispense your advice, because they're not listening until they do anyway. This is a hard lesson for me to learn in life, because I genuinely do want to help. Okay, finally finished that nonsense. That is good. And I think I just published chapter 41 to my Patreon. So I'm going to put that there. Almost finished publishing this to my patrons. Alright, I'm going to go back to Lieutenant and finish this. Okay, design. I was coming up with an excerpt or a header. Actually, first of all, I need... I think... Well, that's not helpful. Well, I find out what I named the fucking file. Okay. Well, should have turned up. Okay, I'll try ratings. Okay, so it has to be. For Christ's sake. Do I really? Oh, for fuck. Still doesn't help me. Oh, man. Now you're making me mad here. Take an actual action towards paying your outstanding electrical bill. That's excellent. Okay. At last! And in the sidebar there, I was going to put a quote. Okay. And that's the sprint. And then I had to reload this. Grrr. Copy. Aha! It won't copy that, will it? Interesting. Well, on one hand, I'm glad to know that it appears that the manuscript's function is completely prevented from being copied and pasted in other people's things, because that's great for copyright protection. On the other hand, what a pain in the ass. Now I have to go into the manuscript. Okay, chapter 25. Eli did say they were streaming tonight, and they said they were going to take off to watch Kahuna and get ready for their stream. So I imagine they will probably be on after I am, and we will probably raid if so. Bob is unlurking for the third time. Awesome. Eli is up. Okay, excellent. Then in 10 minutes, when the stream ends, that is where we shall go, probably. Unless anybody else has any thoughts about that. Excuse me. A few good elves. By Diane Morrison. Quote. Okay, that probably will fit in the sidebar, because you actually don't need much of a quote to fit it in my sidebar, I've found. But if not, I'll have to come up with something else to balance it, because I'm trying to make it pretty. It's a pretty big chunk there. Or are you like playing your game tonight there or something, Bob? Let's have a look here. What's going on? All right. Oh, is Davina on? I understand Davina should be streaming at this time. We haven't rated Davina in for bloody ever. Alright, that's the growl to get back to work for one more sprint. Maybe I'll find the thing about Lieutenant Sylvia. Oh, I know. I should include that section. Okay. It is most likely in this chapter. Yes. That works. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what's wrong there. Let's see. Did it actually space it properly? Oh, it did. Okay. Oh, the D&D official streams game is on tonight. Moon says to Bob, I may have to, or may not have to take off near the beginning of the game. I'm going to see if my mom can take the dog for me, but the sun is refusing to set, and it's still too hot to walk him. Bob says, doesn't matter to me, I'll be killing Moonflower to part. GMing a nice friendly Pathfinder game in Carthage and a Carterian. I'm targeting closer to 8:30 than 8:15 to get there when you can, he says. Okay. Well, enjoy your game tonight, guys. Okay, and I think I'm going to put this one first. Fuck this. Alright, now let's try that. Perfect. Okay. Navigation. Linear navigation. First we want ensign, because you're going to want to read stuff in an order. And then after lieutenant we have commander. And design, I have to look up what I did for ensign. Oh yes, an excerpt. Okay, so it's that anchor that I'm using. And excerpt. Alright, you're off. See you later, Stretch. We're only going to be on for a couple more minutes anyway, so thanks for joining me today. It has been a pleasure. Man overboard! Exactly! Okay, now I need tags. Are you still whirling around there? Right, I think that'll do. Now let's see what this looks like. Make sure I got everything that I was supposed to get. Alright, I think this is done, like dinner. Yep, I'd call that finished. Let's publish. Alright. There's the finished result if anybody cares to have a look. Alright guys. We're at 5:03. I don't know if anybody wants to spend the next 4 minutes in the sprint. I think I'm probably going to whip over to our next streamer now. And that looks like that is Eli, unless Davina is live. If Davina is live, I haven't rated Davina in a long time, and I just rated Eli yesterday. Woot! Oh, Is Kahuna still live too? Oh, hey, nice! We've made a few more bucks since the stream started. That's awesome, guys. I was just double checking to see where we were at. Rowan says, Woot, Chris is working on a story. No chatting, though, till after gets his watering done when the sun goes off things. Yeah, Rowan and Chris are working on a co-written story that's alternate history. Right, so 64% funded, $2,369. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Things are rolling along. I think I'll probably do a project update later here. All right. So then, thank you very much for joining me, everybody. I hear a ding, but I don't see the dingy. Ah, that's why. Because Satoru is hosting me. Well, thank you very much for hosting me. I really appreciate it. Reiji host, hi! Hi, Satoru. You're catching me just at the end, unfortunately, but I'm so pleased to see you. Thank you very much for the thought. Hype indeed. Check out Satoru if you have not checked him out already. You know how I go on a rant? You know how sometimes that's fun? Satoru goes on rants. He's fun. All right. So, oh man, every time I know. You know what though? I've got stuff coming up, and I was just about to talk about that. So let's talk about the schedule here. Tomorrow, Aaron will be back with Ask an Old GM. It will be happening at his usual time of 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. UTC, so 10 p.m. in the UK. He's cut it down to 2 hours from 3 hours because he felt that the last hour tends to drag. Right, so that is what's happening there. Friday, Aaron will be back with Aaron and sometimes Diane again at 2 o'clock Pacific, or 2 p.m. Pacific, so yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. UTC, 10 p.m. in the UK. That runs until 4:30 our time, so 2.5 hours. Now, things get interesting as of next week. So, making sure it's all appearing on the ASC schedule here. Alright, Sunday on Sable's World Forge, which begins at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. UTC, 9 p.m. in the UK. I will be having a special guest, Travis Tavern Talks. Those of you who follow the channel for a while may have noticed that I raid him a lot because I think he's funny and cool, and I'm going to try to make sure that I can get his shout out right here. But we're going to talk about his book series. Shout out failed. I spelled something wrong. Travis. Oh well. Whatever. We're going to talk about his Silver and Smith series, which he has a new release for, and writing, and we might hang out and smoke a cigar. It'll be fun. Monday is our day off, which I am still maintaining. Tuesday, Aaron will be back for Ask an Old GM at the usual time, and then later on, Tuesday evening, and this is the one I was going to draw your attention to, Satoru, right? I am going to be doing from 9 p.m. Pacific to midnight my time, so that would be starting at midnight Eastern, till 3 a.m. and it starts at 4 a.m. UTC or 5 a.m. in the UK. I am going to be doing a writing and world building in the Toy Soldier Saga stream. This is something I was going to do for summer camp. It may or may not involve my camera, depending how tired I am, but it will involve my chatter and it will involve my world being shown. So if you'd like to come and join me for that, you would be more than welcome to do that. You often stream late, so it might work out really well for you. Yeah, and I'm doing that as of next week. And then don't forget that next weekend, Conduit. Keep an eye on the channel for more information. We're going to be starting here. Right, at least this is the current plan. The very first stream in it with the opening ceremony, I believe, is going to be here, right, 2 p.m. Pacific on the 25th. That's Friday, the 25th of June, next weekend, next Friday. 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. UTC, 10 p.m. in the UK. We are going to kick things off, and that'll be as many of the planning committee who can possibly come as possible. We're gonna, chatter about what we expect for the event, what's expected of participants, and what the plan is, basically, so that you have a starting point. From there, it'll go into a chill and chat stream with Erin, and after that, the panels will start, and I am really looking forward to it, guys. I hope you are too. Now, one last announcement before we raid. We're gonna raid Eli. There is the link to my Kickstarter. A Few Good Elves, we are on day 3. We are at 64% funded. Whoa, more than that. Holy crap. Ding, something just happened. So just a second. We're at $2,379 out of a $3,690 goal. So that might actually be, 64% funded. So we're almost 2/3 funded, guys. If you are able to support, that's appreciated. If you are not able to support financially, remember that sharing on your social media and telling your friends that you are excited is also supporting. Okay, I've talked long enough. We're now going to raid Eli. Don't forget the raid shout when we get there, which is prepare to be boarded, because we are the Sable's privateers. You're going to be seeing a lot more of me over the next couple of weeks. Game of Tones is coming up. I'm excited. Thank you very much, those of you who joined me today. If you're looking for more information about the sign up for Game of Tones or how to play, there is the website. We're off to see Eli. Thanks again. See you soon.